Hi, everybody. Hello. We got rest of day 11, 12, and 13 of George Kelly. And when we talked about this last, we were talking about this, and here's how far we had gotten. The story so far. We had killed what happened the morning of the 10th, and we had taken care of everything else. We took care of all of that. We had gotten to here. So we've got this bit left. Oh, and they put up the new part. All right. So we're not going to get that all done before 4 o'clock, but we can get a bunch of this done. We can at least get the rest of the 10th done and the rest of the 11th done. We might be able to get into the 12th. So that is the game plan. We are going to get started. Locals gave me the first notification. Good. After doing taxes, a lot of people just don't pay them. I mean, if the laws you're supposed to file them, but if you don't have any income, there's no real reason to file them. So, something to think about. So, here we go, guys.
All right. I can't hear you. What? Oh, yeah, I'm going to say light clothing, footwear, sunscreen. That's recorded place or court. Yeah. You're all very smart people. I'm sure you can figure that out.
I guess here we go. It's a detective again. He was doing all the evidence collection. And he was the one who was like, well, I was kind of the trainee detective at the time. So here we go.
Yes, sir. And you can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned that you had just started as a detective when you got this call. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you said you had not yet gone to detective school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is detective school?
Detective school for me was a 40-hour course that was hosted by outside agency. It was in Las Vegas.
And so since this call came in, you have since gone to detective school, correct?
Correct.
But when this call first came in, you hadn't gone, right?
That's correct.
You also stated that you participated in every search warrant that was done on this case. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know how many searches were done of this property?
I would have to refresh my memory with the reports.
You had the nighttime search, right? That's the first one, right? And then you had another search the following day, correct?
Correct.
And well, it's actually the same day,
Right.
but it's in the daytime, right? And then during that second search, that's when the weapon was located, right?
Yes.
And during the second search was also when there was metal detection happening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was another time when you went to the property to collect a tree branch. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so there's at least 3 different searches of the property that you participated in, right?
Yes.
The tree branch search, when was that? Do you recall?
I don't.
Was it in August of 2023?
Sure.
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason why nobody collected this tree during one of the first searches of the property?
I don't know.
And you were aware that Detective Bunting had located this tree on that first daytime search of the property, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But at that time, nobody thought to collect it or analyze it, right?
Well, I can only speak on myself. And at that time, based on the training and the experience I had as a detective, I did not think of doing that.
And nobody else did either, correct?
I don't know.
Well, the tree was still there in August of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And so at that time, somebody had the idea to go collect this tree, right?
Right.
Okay. When you were out there on the second search, so the first time you're there in the daytime, did you stand out where the body was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And did somebody photograph you standing there?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, it's already been admitted. I just want to show the witness and the jury the photograph I have up here. You'll see it eventually. Okay. Is that the photograph that somebody took of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say in this photograph you were standing where the body was located, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that the body was located immediately behind a tree. Is that right?
That's correct.
And yet in this photograph, I see you, but I don't see the tree.
Right, because the area where the body was located was still considered a crime scene. I did not want to contaminate the area, so I stood near it, but not on top of the immediate area.
Okay, so you're not actually standing in the location where the body was located, correct? You're standing maybe a foot or two off to the side,
That's
right?
correct. Yep.
And so that explains why there's no tree concealing you in this photograph, right?
Correct.
And I can barely see you here. You're just that little dot right there. But if you were to move over to what would be our right when we're looking at the photograph, would that put you where the body actually was located?
Based on this picture, I don't remember if it was to the right or to the left.
Okay. You were wearing a black shirt here, correct?
Correct.
What color pants were you wearing?
Tan.
And I can see in this photograph, you can pretty clearly see your black shirt, right?
Yes.
But the tan pants kind of blend in with the grass that's there on the ground, right?
Well, I can see my full body right there standing.
But the pants are obviously a similar color to the grass that you're standing in, right?
They're similar.
And you recall that the victim in this case was wearing tan pants, right?
Correct.
And he was wearing a camouflage shirt, correct? And he had like a gray sort of jacket over that camouflage shirt, correct?
Correct.
And he was wearing a camouflage backpack over the top of that gray jacket, right?
Yes.
And so you would agree that this picture doesn't, and it's not meant to, obviously, but it doesn't recreate what the victim might have looked like from this position, correct?
It doesn't recreate it.
And in order to recreate it, you would have to put on camouflage shirt, camouflage backpack, correct?
Correct.
And then you'd have to stand off to the side where the victim actually was, right?
Right.
And that would probably make you much harder to see, correct?
I don't know.
Camouflage is designed to make you harder to see, right?
Sure.
That's the purpose of camouflage, right?
Well, I don't know what the purpose of camouflage is. I know it's a clothing item of color, but as far as its purpose, I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Well, it's generally used to camouflage things, obviously, right?
Well, was that a statement?
It's a question.
I don't know how to answer that question.
All right. This photograph is taken from the patio, correct?
No, guys, that was a
And
misfire.
more or less,
Sorry.
very general, but more or less kind of the area where these shell casings are located, correct?
Now I actually mean stop it. He doesn't know the purpose of what camouflage is for. Dude, my essay. Come on, Holmes. He's already been to that 40-hour detective school, and they already taught him how to lie. He's got a promising career being a lying detective.
That's correct.
And this photograph shows all of the obstacles that are in between the person who's taking the photographs and further out to that area where you're standing, right?
Also,
Well, I
hello,
wouldn't
Nick.
Describe it as an obstacle. I would describe it as a scenery.
So when I say obstacles, for example, I mean trees,
Okay,
right?
sure.
A lot of trees out there.
Okay.
There's that smoker kind of in the middle of the picture, right?
Yes.
That big metal thing.
Yes.
And then there's the Ramada right there, right?
Right.
And that's got a concrete table in it, correct?
That's correct.
And that prickly pear right there, right?
Yes.
And also those things next to the smoker, correct?
Right.
So it's a pretty difficult and pretty long way to be looking out there from there, right?
Correct.
You were also inside the house at some point, or at a couple of different points, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were inside the house on one of these searches in the daytime, correct?
That's correct.
And would it be at the same time approximately that this photograph was taken? Or on that same search, I should say?
Yes.
Okay, and so the sun is out, right? So there's plenty of light and you can see, correct?
Yes.
From inside the house, did you ever look out the windows inside of the house to this same location where you're standing?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if from inside the house you can even see that area where you're standing?
I personally didn't do it.
You didn't look to test it out?
I didn't.
And you don't know if anybody else did that either?
I don't know.
And to get a good idea of the line of visibility, it would be a good idea to have someone standing where you're standing in this photograph, right? And to have somebody else go inside the house and look out the windows, correct?
Can you rephrase
Sure.
the question?
If you were standing right where you're standing in this photograph, and somebody else went inside the house and maybe looked out the windows, they could tell whether or not they could see you, correct?
Sure.
And that would be useful information to have in this case, right?
Yes.
Thank you. We can take that down, Lydia. Thank you. You had an interview with Mr. Kelly, is that right?
I assisted in the interview, yes.
You were present during an interview with Mr. Kelly, right?
Yes,
And Detective Einsa was there as well, correct?
correct.
And this is on the evening of January 30th, is that right?
Yes,
So this is shortly after this report has come in, correct?
correct.
And you hadn't gone out to the scene prior to doing this interview, had you?
No.
So you don't go out until later, right?
That's correct.
And is the same true for Detective Einsa, if you know?
I believe so.
Okay. And your job during this interview was to just collect some information from Mr. Kelly, correct?
Correct.
And you did that, right? You and Detective Einsa did this interview, correct?
Correct.
At some point after that interview, did you contact the medical examiner?
I would have to refresh my memory on the report.
You stated earlier in your testimony that you attended an autopsy, is that right?
That's correct.
And that autopsy took place after you had done the interview with Mr. Kelly, is that correct?
That's correct.
And before that autopsy took place, or during, or at any time in this case, did you have any communication with the medical examiner?
Again, I would have to refer my recollection to the report.
And I'm going to show you, and it's already been admitted as well. So if Valeria, you could just pop this up on the screen. I'm just going to show you a page from the medical examiner's report. This is Defense Exhibit AAA, I believe. And if you could look, do you see that upper portion that says investigator narrative?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know the letters are really small, but can you go ahead and read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes,
So does that refresh your recollection about some communication that you had with the medical examiner?
correct.
And just so we're on the same page, it says here, and this is the medical examiner's report, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't write this, right?
No.
But she wrote this down. And what she wrote was the homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel to the property and had long rifles on their possession. He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them, firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Do you see that sentence there?
Yes, ma'am.
And she also says that at the very bottom, sort of the last sentence was information was obtained via telephonic interview with Deputy Barba, right?
That's correct.
So that's you, obviously,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you told the medical examiner that the homeowner pursued a group and engaged them. Is that right?
Again, I don't remember my conversation with the OME that night. I would have to refer to my personal report, not the investigator's report. However, if this is what she's documenting, then I would consider it to be correct.
Well, that is what she's documenting.
Is that a question?
Sorry, we had a sidebar there for just a moment. Apologies. So this is what she's documenting. And she also documents that after he pursued the group and engaged them, he fired one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Do you see where that's documented?
Yes,
And she's getting that from you, right?
right.
So you must have said something along those lines to her, correct?
I believe so.
And that would be after you had done this interview with Mr. Kelly, correct?
I don't remember if it was before or after.
You don't remember if you interviewed Mr. Kelly first or if you contacted the medical examiner first?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. If you had interviewed Mr. Kelly first, then you would have the information that Mr. Kelly gave you in the interview, right?
Yes,
And then you could pass that information on to the medical examiner, right?
correct.
Otherwise, where would you get your information? So if you had not interviewed Mr. Kelly prior to contacting the medical examiner, where would this information come from?
I believe this information was relayed to me by the officers who were on scene.
So you might have heard this from officers on scene, or you might have heard this from Mr. Kelly. You're not sure?
Correct.
And you agree that after you interviewed Mr. Kelly anyway, it's clear that this information is not correct. Is that right?
Well, not in totality.
Not in totality? Tell me what that means.
Well, some of this information is the information that was relayed to us that Mr. Kelly was reporting whenever he contacted Border Patrol.
So tell me which part's not correct. How about the part where he pursued the group? That's not correct, is it?
Well, there's footage of Mr. Kelly down his ranch after he was reported. So,
You're saying there's footage of Mr. Kelly pursuing a group,
well, I wouldn't say pursuing, but he's seen down the ranch after he reported that the migrants were on his property.
and he's seen walking, correct?
I haven't seen the footage myself. Again, this is all information that was relayed to me.
Okay, so you haven't seen this, but it's fair to say that it's not correct based on the interview that you did with Mr. Kelly or that you assisted in. It would not be correct to say that he pursued the group.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
He was present during the interview. He knows what Mr. Kelly said during the interview, and
Your Honor, this is the subject of a prior motion unless the state offers it.
it's not going for the truth of the matter asserted. It's going to show that detectives are passing on incorrect information to other individuals.
Overruled.
So the narrative that's documented right here was the information that was provided to me.
So this didn't come from interviewing Mr. Kelly?
I believe it was a combination of everything, but again, I would have to refer to my reports to clarify.
And we'll talk about the interview in just a minute, so you can refer to that if that would help. But it's fair to say that Mr. Kelly never stated that he was pursuing anybody when he was being interviewed by you folks. Is that correct?
Correct.
And certainly there was no statement made about him firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle, correct?
Again, I would have to refer to the.
Same objection, Your Honor.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to show that detectives obtain one piece of information in an interview and then they pass on an incorrect piece of information.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You also stated that you did some, and Valeria, we can take that down, thanks. You also stated that you did some gunshot residue testing, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was from the jacket and the shirt, is that right?
And just to clarify, I didn't do the testing. I just
You collected
those
it.
ones.
Okay. You collected this, and I think you had, was it Aaron Brudnell who was assisting you with that collection?
Yes, ma'am.
Or he was showing you how to do that collection, right?
Correct.
Because you hadn't done one of those before?
That's correct.
And that involved, that was late of June 2023, is that correct?
Yes,
So you're taking swabs at that time of the clothing, correct?
correct.
Do you have any idea why you were doing that in late June of 2023?
I don't.
You don't know why it took so long to accomplish that testing?
Well, DPS originally had denied testing for gunshot residue. So then the county attorney was tasked to locate a outside agency that would do the testing for us.
And so just finding somebody to do it might have accounted for the delay?
I believe so.
When you tested this clothing, just explain to me how the clothing that you tested was packaged.
It was packaged in brown paper bags.
And the shirt and the jacket were packaged that way?
Individually, yes.
Okay. What about the backpack?
What about the bag?
Was the backpack was not tested in this way, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any idea why the backpack was not tested for anything like gunshot residue?
Yeah, so I only had a limited amount of vials. The kit came with 6 vials. One of the vials was broken during transport. Left me with 5 vials. I used one of those 5 vials as a collection blank, just to make sure that there was nothing in the air that could contaminate what I was about to be testing, leaving me with 4 vials. With those 4 vials, then I got the clothing of Gabriel, the victim, because I believe those were the items that were more exposed if we were to collect GSR gunshot residue.
And you swabbed the jacket individually, correct?
Yes.
And is that on what's the swab look like? Just describe that for me.
So they're small vials, and they have a top that's I don't know the exact term for it, but I'll call it a stump for lack of a better term. It's a flat surface that's metal-like. And so I uncover the top from the vial, the glass vial, and then I proceed to just tap the area
And you did that with each piece of clothing, correct?
with the jacket, with the shirt, and with the pants. Yes.
Okay. And then did you put them into separate vials, each of those samples?
Or they went back to the vial that I uncovered it.
So the sample from the shirt, the sample from the jacket, and the sample from the pants, they all went into the same vial?
Correct.
And then the reason you're saying you don't test a backpack is because you didn't have any more vials?
I didn't have enough vials. That's correct.
But I thought you said you had 4 vials.
Yes. So the jacket was the bigger piece of clothing. So I used 2 vials with that jacket, and that's what the victim was wearing, the most exterior portion of his clothing. So I did 1 vial for the front portion of it. I did another vial for the back portion of the jacket.
All right.
That leaves me with 2 more. I did 1 vial for the shirt, front and back, and then my last vial was for the pants, and I also did front and back.
You also reviewed the phone downloads that were done in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that involve just looking through different phones? Obviously, you had Mr. Kelly's phone that you reviewed, right?
Yes,
And you also reviewed the phone of the decedent, correct?
that's correct.
So and I'm just going to say Gabriel. It's easier that way. So
Okay.
you reviewed Gabriel's phone. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you locate pictures in that phone?
yes, ma'am.
If I could show you.
Your Honor, the state's going to object based on relevance. None of these are the dates of the incident.
And Judge, these are photographs to include pictures of.
Let's go on the. That's it.
Tell me, guys, what do you think by listening to the detective? How confident do you feel? Doesn't even talk about how he does his work. He does not come across as very authoritative. He says very unsure. He doesn't know why he's doing half the things he's doing. It's very not confidence inspiring. I can say that much.
Sustained in part. And so the objection is overruled in part and sustained in part. And I made a record about that while we're on the headsets. You can proceed. Yes.
Yes,
And is that a photograph from the Cellbrite that you examined in this case?
correct.
So that's from the victim's phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a picture of Gabriel, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing up on that high place with his fanny pack, correct?
Correct.
He's got binoculars with him, right?
Yes.
And a radio.
Right. Oh,
It's very small, I know.
yeah. I see the binoculars. I don't see the radio.
Okay, and then, could you tell us, based on what you see next to that picture, what the date is of that photograph?
January 21st, 2023.
Just an objection, foundation. I'm sure the witness can lay it, but if we could have the foundation for the record.
All right, sustained. If you can lay some more foundation.
As part of your review of the Cellbrite, did you extract data with each photograph that you looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that? What process was that?
Well, the extraction I didn't do. FBI agent assisted me with the extraction.
So did he generate that little report that you see on the side of the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he inform you that that contained the date and time that things were created?
Yes.
And if you look at that, could you tell us what the date is of this?
And Your
photograph?
Honor, I guess the objection is foundation. I don't think this witness has the foundation. I think that might have been Agent Douglas.
All right, I'll overrule that and he can testify.
The date is January 21st, 2023.
And so that's how many days before the event?
9?
I'm not doing arithmetic.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's close in time to the event, right?
it's about weeks.
And does it appear that he's wearing similar or the same clothing as when he was later discovered on January 30th?
Yes.
You're going to move to admit the exhibit. Oh,
Sorry.
What was that again? Was that
Move to
triple
I.
triple I? Objections have been noted. Any other, if there's no other objection?
No other
All right,
objections.
Objections
Thank
are
you, Your Honor.
noted and objections overruled and exhibit triple I is admitted.
Permission.
Granted.
We got this one. It's okay. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, could we blank the screen for a minute and have a side conversation?
Okay.
Oh, the state's getting all antsy in its pantsy here. All right, Chad, I'll be right back.
There you go. Sounds good.
I'll just move on while they're doing that. Did you, when you reviewed that photograph, first of all, did you notice anything about that picture that stood out to you?
No.
You didn't notice that he was wearing the same clothes as the date that he was discovered?
Well, I don't know if it's the same exact clothes.
They're very similar, right?
They're similar, yes.
And the fanny pack he's obviously carrying in front of him, right?
Correct.
And did you see photographs of the body when it was located in this case?
Yes.
And did you notice that the fanny pack was off to the side?
I don't recall the location, but I do recall he had a backpack.
He had a backpack and a fanny pack, correct?
Right.
And do you recall when the body was discovered that this fanny pack was off to the side?
It's similar, yes.
Meaning it wasn't underneath his body. Is that correct?
again, I didn't go to the location of the body whenever it was removed, so I couldn't testify on the location of where.
Right,
So-
just to be clear, you're now having a screen and it's being published to the jury, right? Is
Yes.
that right? It's on your screens? All right, good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And just to be clear on the date, this is January 21st, 2023 of this photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the date that the body is discovered is January 30th of 2023, correct? Just one moment, Judge. Did you review, so was there anything else that you saw in this phone that you thought was relevant to this case?
At the completion of my review, I believe that I printed out the same picture that you presented, as far as others as well.
Okay, and so you made a determination that this photograph was important, is that right?
Right.
Why did you believe this photograph was important?
The same reason that you just mentioned, he was wearing similar clothing.
Similar clothes on a different date, right?
Correct.
Did you go through text messages that were on this phone as well?
Yes.
Did anything stick out to you there?
No text messages,
No text messages?
not to my knowledge.
If I show you your report, would that help refresh your recollection on whether you saw any messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Valeria, could you put that just on the witness's screen? And if you need me to scroll backwards, let me know. I just scrolled to the page that's relevant. But just take a look at this when it pops up and let me know if that helps refresh your recollection about that.
Yes.
So did you notice any text messages?
No, I just documented them as far as, because they were the day of the incident.
So-
But it's important to note that the time is in universal code, which is 7 hours ahead of local time.
And Your Honor, my only objection here is that these are in Spanish. Our Spanish-speaking witnesses, or obviously the jurors cannot rely on their own translation abilities on this. So I'm not sure what counsel's doing with this.
I'm just asking about text messages that the victim received on the day of the incident.
And we'll take it question by question. And
Sure.
There's just a
you can
couple.
intersperse objections if you have any, question by question.
And so there are some missed calls on here, correct?
Yes.
And then if you look down, I guess third from the bottom, is that a text message that you noticed?
Third from the bottom, the one that said read or sent.
The one that says sent.
Yes, that's a text message.
Okay. And what does that say?
It says, no me ha llegado.
Your Honor. And that's the issue, is the translation. If counsel
Well-
wanted these, we need a translation.
I can ask him what it means, or we could ask the translator to translate it.
Well, yeah, we can ask the translator to translate it. All right, let's do that. It's a very short, it's just a couple of words. So can you repeat the text in the Spanish again?
No
Your
me
Honor,
ha
perhaps we
llegado.
could show it to the translator.
You need to see it? Okay. All right. Is it on that screen there?
It's right there, though. It's right on the Elmo in front of her.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's on the, just give her the exhibit.
On the Elmo, isn't it? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I
all
thought
right.
it was a computer one. My part.
Well, just spell it. Let's just spell it out.
It's spelled Nome space AYEGADO.
Thank you.
And then there's just one more right above that. Is that right?
Yes.
And what does that one say?
I'll spell it out again.
If you read it and then I'll ask it.
Ahí te van a marcar, carnal. Yes.
And Your Honor, could we lay some foundation for these text messages as well? If we're going to put in the content, we need the time and who the parties are. So I guess objection foundation.
All right. Well, lay some foundation as to the time
Okay.
of the message. Just date and
So
time.
going back to that first
If you
one,
can.
this no me ha llegado. There's a date right there of January 30th, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
And that says 4:35 a.m.?
Not local time.
So we subtract 7 hours from that?
Correct.
Dare I ask you to subtract 7 hours from that?
Please don't.
That's going to put you in the previous day, right?
Correct.
And that's when it says sent, does that signify that that was something that the owner of this phone sent to somebody?
Correct.
And just so I'm clear, these are text messages that this witness
He reviewed-
copied or downloaded
Yes.
from the victim's phone. that he
Yes.
did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And so that no me ha llegado is a message that was sent from this phone to somebody else, correct?
Correct.
And then the other message I'm asking you about, the date is also January 30th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And that says, does that say 9:55 a.m.?
Yes.
And so then we would
Your
subtract
Honor,
7.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's what it says.
What does it say?
7:19:55, so it'd be just.
7:19 a.m., correct? And so then we would subtract 7 hours from that, right?
Yes.
And that message is marked as read, right?
Correct.
So that's something that this person received, right?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Do you want me to translate or?
Read it in Spanish, and then the translator can translate it.
Ahí te van a marcar, carnal.
They're going to call you, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. No other messages on this phone, is that right?
From the 30th or the day before or after, no?
Okay. So you didn't see any messages talking about going to do work in Phoenix, right?
No.
And you didn't see any messages from family members, right?
Yes.
Text messages around the date of the 30th is what I'm asking about. There
Oh,
weren't any of those,
I
right?
believe so.
We just read the two that were there, right?
Correct.
So nobody's saying, where are you? Are you okay? Nothing like that, right?
Not that I saw.
Okay. You mentioned also, just while we're on the topic of phones, you took Mrs. Kelly's phone. Is that correct?
It was confiscated, yes.
That was at the station, correct?
Correct.
And that was after she and her husband had been brought there to be interviewed, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you take her phone?
There were reports that Ms. Kelly and Mr. Kelly had contact by phone during the time that the incident was reported. And then there were additional reports that Mr. Kelly used Ms. Kelly's phone to contact Border Patrol. So since it was used in the commission of the incident that we're investigating, we deemed it as evidence, and that's the reason why it was confiscated.
And you seized the phone, right? She
Correct.
didn't tell you, yes, you can have it, correct?
Correct.
You just took it, right?
Well, we explained to her the reason why. I didn't walk in and snatch out of her hand. I walked in, she had her phone, and I said that, we were going to have to take her phone for evidence, and it was explained the reason why. And essentially, that's what happened.
Okay. I want to talk about this interview that you had with the defendant, or I keep saying you, I know it was Detective Einza who was doing most of the questioning, correct?
Yes.
And just describe for me Detective Einza's demeanor in this interview.
Professional.
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Well, he was calm and collected. He was very polite with Mr. Kelly. Not once did he say a bad word to him or say anything negative to him. I guess I would just say professional.
Did he accuse Mr. Kelly in this interview?
I don't believe so.
Did he tell Mr. Kelly you shot him in this interview?
I would have to refer back to the interview.
And if I showed you a transcript of that interview, would that help refresh your
Your Honor,
recollection?
I'm going to object again. This is getting into the area we've already discussed in terms of the objection regarding the pretrial ruling.
Well,
I'm not asking about the defendant's statements.
we're going to, are we going to see this interview? Is that going to be, is someone going to offer it?
The video of the interview?
Eventually, yes, Judge.
So what do you want to ask him?
I just want to ask him about Detective Einza's demeanor in the interview and some of the statements that Detective Einza makes to Mr. Kelly in the interview.
All right. And your concern is with the defendants. Ms. Heinle, your concern is with possible hearsay by admission, questions by the defense directed towards what the defendant said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, let's take it question by question. Ms. Larkin says she's not going to ask questions to that effect. She's just going to ask questions about what Detective Einza's demeanor was. So you can go forward. The objection's overruled, but we'll take it question by question.
Thank you.
So in this interview, Detective Einza confronts Mr. Kelly. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's speaking with them.
Say that again?
He's speaking with them.
When I say confront, I mean he makes statements. For example, you shot him. Do you recall Detective Einza making that statement?
Again, I would have to refer my recollection to the.
So if we watch this interview, we might or might not see that. You don't remember if that was said?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Einza telling Mr. Kelly to help himself out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Einza telling Mr. Kelly to tell the truth?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Einza telling Mr. Kelly, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that? If that had been said, would that be professional?
Again, I would prefer not to speculate and answer a question on something that I don't remember.
Well, it's just a hypothetical. If
And hypothetical, it would be speculate.
hypothetical is, well, would you ask somebody that question in an interview? Would you state to them, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
I would say that telling the truth would be better for them. Yes.
I'm asking, would you tell them, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
Yes.
You would say that in an interview,
Yes.
and you'd consider that to be okay.
Yes.
Do you recall Detective Einza telling Mr. Kelly, we're going to do ballistics, and if that comes back as coming from your rifle, then you're going to be in big trouble?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
Part of my preparation for this was not to review other people's interviews, supplements, etc.
You were there, right?
I was, but I didn't document the interview.
And Did you recall Detective Einsa telling Mr. Kelly that Mr. Kelly had already admitted to Border Patrol that he shot somebody?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? And you don't recall then Detective Einsa telling Mr. Kelly, this is all recorded and we know that you made that statement. You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
Is it common practice in interviews to confront a suspect and say things like that?
Depending on the circumstances, it depends.
It's not uncommon to say, you know, you better tell us the truth, right?
It's not uncommon.
And it's not uncommon to say, we know that you're lying, we have it all recorded or something like that, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of doing that in an interview is to try to get a person to come forward and admit to doing something. Is that right?
Well, not necessarily. It's going to be a case-by-case situation because sometimes you know the truth and the individual is just not telling you the truth.
So let me ask you this. If you know the truth, like let's say you have something that's on video that you saw, and you know what's true, but somebody is lying to you about what happened, you can confront them with that video. Is that right?
Again, you can.
And then they might acknowledge what they did or not. But that's something that can be done in interviews, correct?
You can, but it's not always done because you don't want to contaminate the evidence that you have.
Sure.
with them.
And sometimes you might even lie to a person and tell them that you have evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you might say to a person, if you suspect that they're lying, we've got it all on video, you better just admit to it right now, right?
Correct.
And sometimes that's enough to get a person to admit to something that they've done, right?
Sometimes.
And obviously when somebody does that, that tells you that this person was lying to you before, but now they're coming clean and telling you the truth, right?
Correct.
What does it tell you when you confront somebody like that in an interview, but they push back?
Again, it's a case-to-case situation because sometimes it's deceiving. They're trying to hide the truth, and other times they are telling the truth.
Well, and so for example, let's say you're not sure if somebody's telling you the truth. One way to find out is to say, listen, we've got you on video. We can see you doing this. You better just admit to it right now, right? And then you can see how they respond, right?
Correct.
And so somebody who was lying to you might respond by coming clean and saying, okay, if you have it on video, you got me. This is what I did, right?
Mhm.
And then somebody who's telling the truth might say something like, I hope you do have it on video because I didn't do that, or something like that, right?
Right.
So if Mr. Kelly was confronted in this interview and told, we're going to do ballistics, it's all recorded, but he continues to push back, that indicates he might be telling the truth, right?
No.
That does not indicate he might be telling the truth.
No, because people, in my experience, who are guilty and have a guilty conscience continue to fight back. Again, it's a case-to-case situation. It all depends.
So you're saying if somebody comes forward and admits to something when you confront them with evidence, that means that they were lying to you and they were guilty, right?
Say that one more time. I didn't understand your question.
If you confront somebody with evidence
Okay.
and they come forward and change their story and say, you're right, you got me, I did it, that means that they were guilty, right?
Well, it's an admission, so yes.
Right. And also, if they say, no, I didn't, show me the video, to you, that also could mean they're still guilty, right?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that they're innocent. It doesn't mean that they're guilty. What I'm saying is that it depends.
And they could be
Just
innocent,
because,
right?
just because an individual is saying, I didn't do it, watch the footage, get all the proof that you need, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're innocent.
Or get
is
the
what I'm saying.
ballistics, anything like that.
Correct.
Doesn't mean that they're innocent, but it's more likely, right?
Again, it depends on the incident and the evidence presented and the investigation, et cetera, et cetera.
At the end of this interview, that's when, was it Detective Einsa who made the decision to arrest Mr. Kelly?
I don't have that information.
What happened to Mr. Kelly after this interview?
He was arrested.
Who arrested him?
Again, I wasn't part of that, so I don't have that information.
You have no idea who arrested Mr. Kelly?
All I know is that Mr. Kelly was subsequently transported and booked into the adult detention facility.
By who? Do you know?
I believe it might have been Sergeant Garcia or Sergeant Pacheco. To be honest, I don't recall.
I want to talk a little bit about different witness statements. So you collected a statement, or you were present when Mr. Kelly provided a statement, right?
Right.
And you were present when Mrs. Kelly provided a statement, right?
Initially, I had to step out at the beginning of that.
Okay. And you also, did you ever review a statement made by a person named Miguel? Do you know anything about that?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know what Miguel stated, but were you aware that there was a person named Miguel who had come forward early on in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's one of the reasons why you spoke with Gabriel's family members, correct?
Correct.
Because you were trying to determine who this person was, or if Gabriel had a relative named Miguel, correct?
That's correct.
And did you do that? Was it your understanding that you were doing that because this Miguel person claimed that he was related to Gabriel?
Yes, ma'am.
But then when you talked with the family, it turns out that claim was not true, correct? Okay. Did that ever cause you concern?
That he wasn't, that wasn't real, or I don't understand the question.
So you have somebody who comes forward who claims to be a witness, right? That's Miguel, correct?
Correct.
And he made a statement to law enforcement that was false, right?
Correct.
Does that concern you?
Not necessarily, because this case was highly publicized. So it was expected that we would have individuals that would want to take advantage of the case.
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Well, try to make false accusations or that they were there when they weren't really there, to try to see if they could get maybe some sort of green card or immunity.
So you were concerned that people might be coming forward to make false statements about this case.
No, that's the reason why I wasn't concerned that Miguel ended up not being real.
Okay. But you just said that there was a thought that people might come forward to take advantage of the situation, right?
Well, after it was confirmed that Miguel was not real, there was a brainstorm process that occurred, and ultimately at the end of that brainstorm process, we came to that conclusion.
Tell me about that process. What happened?
Well, we spoke about it. I relayed the information that was provided to me back to criminal investigations, to CID, and we talked about it, and we determined that that was highly a possibility.
So who's we? Who did you have this conversation with?
I don't remember who was present, but at the office, it's Sergeant Flores, myself, Detective Ainsa.
And was this because Miguel came forward, correct? Is that why you had this conversation? What prompted this conversation?
Oh, yeah, because Miguel came forward.
And Miguel turns out to be making a false report, right?
Correct.
That's a crime, isn't it?
In the United States, yes.
So it's a crime to falsely report something to law enforcement, right?
In the United States.
And you said that you had some discussion with other detectives and things about this possibility, right?
Correct.
What did you decide to do to safeguard against possible false reports coming in?
I did not have that conversation.
Did anybody talk about, this is a high profile case? Did anybody bring that up as a concern?
Not to my knowledge.
Did anybody say, we better be careful when we're taking statements of people who claim to be witnesses in this case?
Well, I believe that in general is just common practice,
That's common practice?
right? Whenever we're taking a statement, we always want to make sure we check for credibility.
How do you check for credibility when somebody comes forward with a statement?
Well, the statement that's being provided to us, if it's relevant, if they have the facts right, if anything that they're saying doesn't necessarily add up. I mean, it's a lot of things that come into play.
So just to break that down a little bit, do you compare witness statements to other statements that have been made in the case?
Yeah, that happens.
And do you compare witness statements to physical evidence that you have in the case?
Yes,
And you compare witness statements to maybe scientific or forensic evidence that you have in the case, right?
yes,
And it's good practice to analyze every witness statement in any case. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And especially a homicide, right?
Correct.
It's very serious, right? When you spoke with, because you actually spoke with two people personally who were claiming to be witnesses, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first one that you spoke with, was that Ramon or was that Daniel?
The first one was Ramon.
Okay. Let me get to Ramon. All right. When you spoke with Ramon, what were the circumstances that you've discovered this person was claiming to be a witness?
Ramon was apprehended by Border Patrol, the United States Border Patrol, the Sonoita station. He had made some comments to one of their agents that he was involved in the group that was shot at. And then they were aware of the incident. They then contacted the sheriff's office, who contacted Sergeant Flores. Sergeant Flores advised us that he was going to head out to Sonoita to interview the individual, and I went with him.
And you did the interview of this individual, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know and I can show you a transcript of that interview, okay?
Okay.
I just want to ask you a few things. Let me pull that up so I have it.
Do we have an exhibit number, counsel?
Sure. How about that? Oh, there it is. This will be, I believe it is Exhibit W. Okay. And this will just be for the witness, Validia. If we need it, we might not. Okay. So how long of a conversation did you have with Ramon?
I believe the interview was about 16 minutes
And what, did you have any idea why he was there at the Border Patrol? Why Border Patrol had picked him up?
because he was apprehended for crossing illegally into the United States.
Did you also say alien smuggling?
No.
You don't remember saying that he was picked up for alien smuggling?
No.
Okay. Did
was-
you,
He was part of a group.
okay, do you recall if he was saying he was helping bring up the rear because he was helping the guide or something like that?
Well, that was the day of the incident. When I asked him to talk about the day of the incident, he told me that his job for
Your
that
Honor,
specific day.
And I'm going to object to the details of the interview without the whole interview coming in. And if we could go on the headset about that.
All right, guys. Wow. I was listening to that. Woo. This man is not trustworthy and or competent at all. And Nick, I saw your comment about being a cop in America. a lot of departments actually have been found to have IQ limits on what they'll do with police officers. So, yeah. So, I mean, you can walk in and say, "Well, what would you do?" I'm like, it's like walking in the FBI. It's like, "Well, how would you do things?" I'm like, "I wouldn't be corrupt like you guys are acting currently. They aren't going to hire us." So, something to think about. Something to think about. Just doesn't want to admit they fucked up. Can't admit they fucked up. It's horrible. And just think what he does when the camera's not on him, or in cases nobody's watching or cares about. Okay.
We'll be in recess to about 3:20. That way we can
Oh.
deal with this and I can give the staff a break. Okay? I'll excuse the jury.
We're going to work a little bit around this. Okay.
Going to be seated, and we excuse the jury so we could continue with this discussion of this issue while the jury takes its break. I've got the citations. I don't need them. I'm familiar with the evidentiary issue. All right. And then defense counsel, have you had a chance to collaborate?
We need to chat with our client a little bit and just have some further discussions. My understanding is that if some of it comes in, all of it comes in.
Well,
I mean, I know you haven't ruled yet, but
I haven't rolled
picking
it.
that
I'm
up.
sorry. I haven't rolled and I haven't read it. So I'm kind of operating a little bit blind. But I think the basic point is if you're going to, the defense wants to offer statements that this witness, what was his name? Was this Ramon?
Mhm.
Okay, Ramon. That Ramon made to law enforcement, supposedly as a witness in the case who was there. You're trying to show that Ramon made statements that are inconsistent with the other evidence and that are false, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
All right. And that
And I will say the big thing is that there was nobody on that phone saying, "Where are you? We miss you. Come home, Daddy. Come back to America and help us keep working on the dream." He's a trafficker. That's what he is.
the law enforcement agents did not take that information and use it properly in evaluating the case. But I understand from you and from the prosecutors, because you're familiar with what's in the interview, and I'm not, that in other places in this interview, Ramon makes statements that are incriminating of the defendant that are consistent with the state's theory of the case with respect to the remaining charges, right?
They could be.
And, from what I can know of what the evidence is, it's, if the defense is going to want to offer statements that Ramon made to the law enforcement that were false or inconsistent or outright lies that are inconsistent with what they now know about the facts, it just seems in the interest of fairness that the statements that he made that are consistent with the facts of the case and the theory of the case as is being presented would have to come in. I mean, it's because that is part and parcel of the evaluation. I think he testified that's part of the evaluation that the law enforcement officers made in terms of trying to rely on his testimony.
No, I understand the court's position, and I think we're just going to take the time.
Okay,
to
I just want to make sure I understood the positions, and because I'm really kind of operating a little bit blind about what's in the statement. But I just want to make sure I phrase the issue right, so I'm ruling correctly.
Yes, that's the issue.
Okay,
Judge.
you just want some time to talk to your client.
Yes.
Fair enough. All right, then we'll be in recess until about 3:20. If you need more time, let us know.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so he's going to go take back a look and read. We'll see what happens.
Present. Have you had, Ms. Larkin, sufficient time to consult with co-counsel and with the client?
Yes, Judge. I think an issue came up with the state that they wanted to address first.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The Miss Huerta, who was prior to, she's got to go to Tucson with her husband, who was involved in an officer shooting. As they go to couple therapy wellness program.
I can barely hear you, Doug.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'll turn my little speaker up. All right.
I'm sorry. Miss
That's
Huerta, who was previously on the stand, she needs to testify today because she's going up to Tucson with her husband, who was involved in an officer shooting. They go as a couple, and they've got to plan therapy up in Tucson tomorrow. So if we can recall her and finish her, gives them more time to consider if they need more time, but allows us to finish her so she can accompany her husband tomorrow.
Okay, let's.
We're fine with that, Your Honor.
All right, and did we straighten out the whatever the exhibit issue was? So are you good to go, Ms. Lothorpe?
Oh.
We recessed on that witness because there was some issue on
Yes,
discovery.
and we've had a chance to talk, and I think Brenna would like to just state the answer and have a request for the court.
All right, but in terms of Ms. Huerta,
Oh,
you're good to go.
I found the page, yes.
So you don't have any objection to that?
I
Okay.
don't.
All right, and so well, hold on a second. Let's find out what the other thing is.
And Judge, we did consult over the break. We talked with our client and reviewed this transcript again, and we are going to go ahead and pursue this line of questioning. We would just ask that the court provide the appropriate limiting instruction because it does have to be offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, and limiting instruction being when the state or when the statement is played in its entirety, that it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Correct.
Just to explain why the agents made the decision that they did.
Yes, something along those lines.
All right, so this is about a 1 hour recording.
I think, Your Honor, I'm not 100% sure. If you want me to check, I can check.
Well, I
for
mean,
you.
more or less.
I think it's about an hour but I haven't played it in a while, so that's just my recollection.
And it's in Spanish
Yes, Judge, but we have it synced with the English translation,
with a translated by the certified interpreter.
by the certified translator, and we have the paper translation with the certification attached that we can provide as well.
Okay.
For the court.
All right, so we'll take, what's her name, is Huerta?
That's correct.
Huerta? All right, so we can bring her in. We'll call in the jury, and we'll finish her testimony. We'll see how long that takes. Oh, she's right there. And then we'll recall Detective Barba. Sound good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, keep bringing the jury.
That sucks. The defense was on a roll.
Is Ms. Huerta here? Okay.
I'm not sure where Mr. Jetty went, but the witness is here. We can go without
I think he just went to get the witness, maybe.
The witness is right here, so I'm not
she
sure
went?
where he went.
Oh, I can't see her. She's hiding behind KVOA or KOLD or K whatever. Please be seated. The record show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. And okay, so this is Ms. Huerta. As you may recall, before lunch, she was testifying. We had a little confusion about some documents and some pages of an exhibit. That's been resolved. We're recalling this witness, trying to finish her testimony. She's got a family situation that requires her to get this done as soon as possible. So we're going to accommodate that. And you're still under oath, okay? All right, and we were doing cross-examination by Ms. Lothorpe. So we're going to finish the examination of this witness, and then we'll recall Detective Barba. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Lothorpe.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon again. I'm going to approach you with the defense JJJ, and it was my bad, but one page slipped off, and it's been located, and now let's let you look at it, okay? Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes.
Did I fix the problem?
Yes.
That was good observation. Thank you for finding that. Okay, so I'm letting you hold on to the piece of evidence so you could refresh your memory with anything that I might direct you to, okay? So let's just go back. This is called a call detail report, and there's 3 different clumps of information or clumps of time that's being reflected in this one piece of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so why don't you just, for the sake of letting everyone understand this, is what time periods or dates and what page numbers correlate with that? Could you go ahead and start just the way it's been stapled and go ahead and explain that?
The first call card is from January 31st, 2023. That is after the incident date.
But related to this crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and does it also go through February 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and how many pages are in these call sheets? Does 5 seem right?
On this call report for the 31st, yes, there's 5.
Okay, and then let's just go through with the rest of the answers. So the next set of call reports are what dates?
It's January 30th, 2023.
And what's the first time that this report starts on this particular section?
The timestamp is 1440 hours. Military time.
Yes, okay. And so that would be 2:40 or whatever time in minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how many pages are in this grouping?
4.
Okay. And these page numbers are at the top on the right corner reflecting that, right?
Yes.
And then the third set. And what are we looking at there? What's the dates?
It's January 30th, 2023.
And the first time that it starts with?
It's 1756 hours.
And what is that in regular time? 5:57?
Yes.
5:56 in seconds? Okay. And how many pages are in this report?
8.
Okay. Now, before we try to get this entered, what is this? What is a call detail report? And I called it call sheets. What is it?
It's a printout of the call screen on our CAD. It's what we open up whenever there's an incident or a call. It documents the time that it was opened up, the address, the caller information, and it timestamps all the radio logs that are entered by a dispatcher.
Okay, so if there's information that's relayed, would that information possibly be in that report? Like be on the lookout for a tall male wearing blue shirt, right? That would possibly be relayed in the call sheet?
Possibly.
Okay. Is it up to the call taker to send that information out to patrol?
Not necessarily.
Okay. How does patrol get it then?
It doesn't have to be the call taker. It could be another dispatcher handling the radio traffic.
Okay. Okay. So that's not necessarily always the person on the phone that takes the call, but the people that assist with the call. Would that be a fair way to wrap it up?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about that a little bit earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if it's related to this call, it gets documented into this report for this incident, correct?
Yes.
If you had 5 different calls going on at one time of things happening, do you all keep them separate? Do you try to keep them separate?
Different, as in different incidents or different calls regarding the same incident?
Well, I think I know the answer to the second half of that is if the call is to that same incident, it would be in this call sheet and we would find it in the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but if they were different, if there was a burglary and a stolen purse at 2 different locations around town, that would have been under a different incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all have a means of not, getting them mixed up, so to speak, correct?
Sorry, we have a means of not getting them
Well,
mixed
if
up?
you are the call taker and someone else adds and dispatches something, they know how to get that information into ultimately your report of the person you're taking the call from.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a way to separate the calls. That's all I'm trying to say here.
Yes.
Okay, and this is computer generated, correct?
Yes.
So you can't alter it in any way, right? If you enter it in or if it comes in or if someone's dispatched, all this would be entered into this computer and then it can print out later what we would call a call detail report or a call sheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is something like you coming in with the 911 tape. You also are familiar with this type of printout, aren't you?
The call sheet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. All right. And so at this time, I'd like to enter into evidence defense JJJ.
Your Honor, I have to object based on hearsay because I think without the calls that go with it, this is misleading. And so my objection is hearsay.
Yes.
Without the calls that go with it?
Correct. There are phone calls that were made to dispatch from Border Patrol, and there are details in the call report from those phone calls. And without those calls, the report itself is actually misleading.
The call sheet is never with those calls in it, Judge. That's what 911 tapes and video audio things are for. This is the tracking of all the calls, the dispatching, and information they've received at accurate times generated by a computer. And she's a custodian of that.
Well, the record is what it is. Exhibit JJJ. I'm looking at Rule 803, exceptions to the rule against hearsay, subsection 6, records of a regularly conducted activity. I think it meets the qualifications for 803.6.
Your Honor, the problem is that contained in it, in the comments, I know you're looking at the top part where the calls are with the times. It's just the comments below detail the phone calls. And the phone calls, and they're specifically subject to one of the other arguments we just made with respect to a witness. We've had some argument about a specific witness, and there are details in here about those calls.
They're no
Those
longer
are-
an argument.
Those are all hearsay.
But I mean,
They're just,
is this a record?
it's a
that would-
record,
hold
Judge,
on,
but
Is this a record that was generated just for purposes of our testimony, or is this a record that's used in the regular course of business of the Sheriff's Department in the regularly conducted activity?
regular course of the Sheriff's Department, Your Honor, but the comments section are the part that are concerning because we don't have the actual calls that go along with them. And they're misleading to the jury without the actual calls that go along with them. That's the concern the
But
state
it's
has.
still a record that they rely on. If it meets the qualification, the reason I'm looking at 803.6 is if it meets the qualifications for an exception of the hearsay rule, and those qualifications are that this is a record that's generated in the usual course of the Sheriff's Office practice, is used by them and relied upon by them, and it was a regular part of their activity to make this report, then if the record is, if a particular document is incomplete or unreliable for some other reason, it doesn't change the fact that they're still using and relying upon it. Right?
Then, Your Honor, I guess it's a 403 argument that it's more prejudicial than probative without the actual calls that go with it. I mean, counsel is essentially trying to get around the court's ruling on another issue by putting this in this way.
And the comments that you're referring to are what on the last page?
They also, each of the call reports, call detail reports have a section called comments, which is just a summary that the dispatcher writes in based on their phone calls, but the actual recordings are also available and have been disclosed.
Right. The objection's overruled. Exhibit JJJ is admitted. You want this back before the witness?
In front of the witness, please, Judge. Thank you. All right, and I know jurors heard a lot of that, and so just want to solidify that for them to understand what they might have heard. They may understand it, but everything that happens through the call center, is that a proper word for your department? Do you use that word, call center? Okay, and for the court reporter, she likes yes or no's, not she can't interpret it.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, we're helping her out. Thank you. And so everything has to be as accurate as possible, documented and generated through these computers that help mark the times and the things that you do on any one of the cases, correct?
Yes.
And although there could be a 911 tape, if there was a caller through 911 or through a non-emergency number, whatever, that's a separate recording and thing that doesn't tie into this report, does it?
Can you explain your question?
If someone called in a non-emergency, it wouldn't be like stapled to this report, would it? You would just document the information and then it would be generated and kept permanent in this computer, correct?
Yes.
And I'm trying to simplify this as much as possible. I'm sure you can probably explain it better. But it's a very accurate system, and the integrity of it is also important to you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you want to generate accurate, truthful information as you hear it, right?
Yes.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
All right. So let's come back to the first grouping, which is 1 through 5. We'll come back to that since it's actually the day after. And let's focus.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but does anybody have an extra copy of this for the court?
Judge, I think you should take a look at it.
Well, that's why I'm asking for it.
Yeah. I think we may have it in evidence. If I could have a few minutes, it'll take me a minute to find it. But I have a copy that's with the clerk.
Well, we can make it, what is it, 5 pages? If it's faster, we can just make it.
Actually, the whole thing has a few more pages. That's just the first one. They're all stapled together.
There we go. Thank you. Okay. Is it this whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know what order, if mine's been printed from the order that we received, it could be your order, Judge, but I'm going to jump over page 1 through 5 in the first grouping that shows down. If you skim down, it starts with January 31st. I'm going to come back to that.
I'm not sure which one you're on, counsel. I'm sorry, you have them all together. Can you explain to me which one you're on and what page?
I'm going to start at the earliest hour that the incident happened, which was at the 2 o'clock hour.
Well, the pages of the thing that Ms. Hunley just gave me are bait stamps. Do you have the same thing?
Yes, I'm going to start at 55.
That's better. Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so and what the judge has said is there's a blue stamp here in the very, very bottom in the center. So just so we're all on the same page, we're going to go to 55, okay?
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and in this, you stated earlier that the initial call that made contact, however you got it, what was the time on it?
The call cards is 1440 hours.
Okay, and so that's 2:40, correct, in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay. And does your report reflect how you got contact? I mean, was it a 911 call or something different?
It was not a 911 call.
Okay. And you could tell by looking at this, and what do you see that tells you it wasn't?
There's a part on the call card that says how received.
Okay.
It says T as in Tom, which on the CAD, it says telephone.
Okay. So you got a telephone call on this, and then we got a lot of units down there and names of people. Is that dispatched to or informed, or how does that work?
It lists the dispatcher to the left, and in the middle, it says unit. That's the deputy or
Okay.
any officer responding.
So we got a bunch of numbers like 130, 144, 191, 195, that should be it, right? Then it becomes duplicative, maybe 121. Is that correct?
Yes.
Some of the officers that somehow got dispatched or communicated to, correct?
Yes.
Now, do they have to acknowledge that they're taking this call and let you know that?
Yes.
And then that's how you can place them out on this call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got a busy station. I can imagine this job is pretty chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
Especially when you have a bunch of calls coming in and things going on.
Yes.
Okay. And so I also noticed down there on the right, you have like en route to a call and you start making note of that. That's a description category, correct?
At which time?
I'm just starting at the top, halfway down the page. And it says it says en route to a call called, and then it says equals 27 M's. Is that what, minutes? What is the M?
27M is the way the CAD categorizes a call.
Okay.
This is admitted evidence, and unless and until the court changes its mind, which I haven't done yet. Do you want to display this to the jury? Have them follow?
I can do that, Judge.
I mean, it's pretty detailed. I think it might hold their interest a little bit more and make it more
Okay.
meaningful to them. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can do it on Elmo and read it at the same time.
all clear now? All right, you can go.
Okay.
Does that work for you? Ms. Lothorpe, you gonna be able to
It
do it?
works, Judge. Thank you
All
very
right,
much for the
let's
suggestion.
go.
Okay, so we can see at the top the nature of it. We can see the word homicide on there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that get assigned later as to the nature of the call?
Yes.
So it's not determined in the beginning there was a homicide, right? Because you don't know.
Correct.
Matter of fact, on the first call, you had no idea. There was never a body found on this first call at this time. Isn't that correct?
According to the call card, that's correct.
Remember, we got 3 sets of times. And in the order of my packet, I went to the second one, which
Mhm.
starts at 2:47, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you can see the times running down here. I'm pointing to the board if you're not following me for the jurors. And so those are the different times some event or something happens on the call, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. These times here, as you go down, some event, something happens to trigger a new time and then a description to the event, correct?
Correct.
So if you dispatch someone or someone calls and says, send me on that call, it would be noted on this form, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But at the top where I was pointing to homicide, at the very top, where it says nature, and then it says homicide, that's something later you had to figure out, right? Somehow someone told you to put in homicide in there?
Correct.
Who would that been?
I don't recall.
Okay. What kind of leadership would it normally be in order to get that information to make a note on the file?
It depends. It could be the case officer, a detective on scene, or someone relaying the information to dispatch. That's not necessarily the case officer.
Okay. It's a big determination to note homicide, so that probably came from one of the supervisors or detectives. Would that be fair to estimate?
I don't recall if it came from a supervisor or a detective.
Okay. And then it does show here, and I'm going to step aside a little bit here where it says complaint. That's what you were talking about. U.S. Border Patrol, Nogales sector, is the complainant, meaning they're the ones that referred the call in, correct?
Yes, they are the caller.
Okay. So this didn't come from the Kelly home directly. We know why. We've heard testimony, but this came from some agent. Does it tell you what the name of that agent, Border Patrol agent, was?
It does not.
Okay. So you have no idea how you got it. Just the person.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness is testifying to the call card. She also has her own personal knowledge, so I'm not sure what question counsel is asking. Is she asking on the call card, or is she asking of the witness's personal knowledge?
Well, I hope and assume she's asking about just to interpret the information on the call card. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So the questions are directed. This is a witness who's qualified to talk about this document. She's familiar with it. It's generated as part of their usual course of business and in her work. And so she's testifying about what this entries mean on this call card, and it's admitted for that purpose.
She was also a dispatcher that night, Your Honor. That's why I'm asking for clarification on what she's asking her.
Well, I assume whatever she knows is based upon the calls that she received.
Yes, and I guess if there's further questions, the state will ask, I'm sure. But,
All right, you can go ahead. The objection's overruled. You can go ahead.
yeah, if you're confused to how you might know something, you want to bring clarity to it, feel free to mention, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And so we see down here on this column, we can see the different routes, the different people being dispatched. And then we have someone calling in to put CID on notice, on standby, correct? Place CID on standby, correct?
Correct.
And we know that's a special department within the sheriff's department, right?
Yes.
And they cover homicides and very serious crimes in that department, correct?
Yes.
And how does your department put them on standby?
We call the on-call detective if it's after hours, or we just call directly into their extensions if it's during business hours.
Okay, there's some more updates as we go down on the very far right under description. Border Patrol has units in the area, correct?
Correct.
And
No, it did not. That was Nikolai Muse.
There's a mention of the ravine and agents there and walking on the top, correct? Where's that coming from?
That is a radio transmission coming from Sergeant Lluvia Garcia.
Okay. And what's the message trying to tell you?
The confirming the one about Border Patrol on the ravine.
Okay. And then one of the sheriff's asked to contact the homeowner, see if what's it, 1012?
A subject.
If the subject has returned while we have been looking. So is the subject Mr. Kelly, or is the subject the person that might have shot or ran on the property? The
Miss-
trespassers.
Objection, form of the question.
Do you know which
Compound.
one it is?
No, overruled.
Do you know which one it is?
Mr. Kelly?
Okay. So you have him as subject already, correct?
Yes.
Not homeowner, but subject, correct?
Yes.
So why, just curious, and if you know, you know, you don't, you don't. But why isn't the subject the people that ran by with guns in front of the Kelly's residence, in front of their window? Why aren't they the subjects?
We use codes in dispatch to try to minimize airtime.
Okay, that's good.
So 1012 could mean, in this case, it's Kelly. But that's why it says 1012 and not Kelly. We use a lot of codes.
Why? What's the code for complaining? The person complaining of the issue out in their home.
RP.
Okay, that's the reporting person.
Yes, RP is used for when they are the caller.
Right, but that wasn't the case here. We have Border Patrol intercepted a call. So what would you call, what would be another word for calling the complainant? Not the one that made the call, but the complaint.
Well, we know the complainant was Border Patrol, so we call them 865. It's another code.
We have a bunch of people arriving on the scene. And then what does C4 mean?
Code 4 means okay.
Means what?
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
And what does that mean to all officers or to you?
That the situation is okay.
Okay? And then what is this next to it? C4 Coyote.
They're asking for the location, and I believe that might be Calle Coyote. They just put Coyote.
What does that mean?
It's a street name.
Street name?
Yes.
What does Coyote Street have anything to do with this case?
I'm not too sure.
Is there anyone dispatched to a street named Coyote in this place?
No.
Could Coyote mean something different?
Negative.
Okay. Incident will be documented for report purposes. Okay, so no one was found on the property. Would that be fair? No trespassers were arrested, correct?
Correct.
So no incident report is being made, just an information report to document this call, correct?
Correct.
And no coyotes were arrested, right?
No, can I clarify on that?
Sure.
Looking at the times, that was now it's Corporal Muskies. He was en route at 1529. I believe during that time frame, they did locate Mr. Kelly, and they started to give code 20s, which is security checks, like where's your location. And I do believe he was still attached to the call card that they gave him a welfare check, and he advised he was okay. And they just put Coyote, but it's Calle Coyote and Mary Arizona.
What is this on the last entry? It says, the sheriff's office, plus 10 to 12s in the area.
If you look at the previous one entered by Deputy Castaneda at 1627, right after the SCSO, it's MDC in parentheses. That means that the deputy entered that radio log. And the plus sign just means that it's a runoff on a radio log entry.
What's the purpose of the comment section?
The comment section documents everything, documents a summary of the call, of any calls coming in pertaining to that incident.
So if an officer gets on there and does some explanation, you can document it in this section?
Can you clarify that question?
Do you come up with what's said, or is some of it a contribution from officers?
On the comments, the officers also have access to enter their own comments.
Okay. And it says U.S. Border Patrol called and advised of a possible active shooter in the area of 100 East Sagebrush Road. U.S. Border Patrol advised that the reporting person was unsure if he was getting shot as well. So that would be Border Patrol, right?
Correct.
And Jeremy Marcel was not the person that you guys heard from, was it?
Correct.
Okay. So someone else in his department made the phone calls. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And so that person that was reporting it had limited information and didn't have all the facts. Does that seem fair based on this narrative?
Correct.
And then they said Border Patrol advised that the reporting person's name is Alan Kelly. But it's not really the reporting person, as you know, and it is the person or the complainant that's originating the call when they contacted Border Patrol. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay, we're using that word in more than one person, so I just want to bring clarity to that. At 14:36 hours is when the reporting person advised he thought the group of people that were running shooting at him. So he reported a shots fired somehow, and it's being conveyed to Mr. Marcel, Jeremy Marcel, Border Patrol agent, and given to however many Border Patrol agents that finally reported it to you made this call, correct?
Correct.
And then we had a change of address. Is that what 1447 was?
Correct.
And then you heard from Border Patrol that a couple of their agents were coming and responding. Is that right?
Correct.
And so far it says negative with the reporting person. I think they're meaning Mr. Kelly now, right?
Correct.
So they haven't heard from him? Is that what that's saying? That they didn't have contact number 2 with the reporting person at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because it went through a middle person, or 2, or 3, correct? Unknown amount of people made contact since Mr. Kelly made the original call.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Do you know?
Sustained.
Someone called Mrs. Kelly, right? And we get information, once again, a 5 on the property caller advised Alan is trying to chase them south of the property with large backpacks, possibly undocumented foreign nationals, and he's armed with a rifle as well as one of the group of 5, as well as one of the group of 5 might have a rifle too, correct?
That's what the call card states. Correct.
So that came from Mrs. Kelly, or that came through an officer that supposedly got a hold of Mrs. Kelly, correct? Correct.
I
The
do not
officer
recall.
made this report, this narrative, this comment, correct?
Which one?
The one I just read about the.
No,
Okay.
this was taken by Javier Tintos. He was in training. That's why it says rookie 4.
Oh, sorry.
So 865 is Border Patrol. So Border Patrol called advising that they made contact with the spouse and they had yet to locate, or correction, and they just relayed what the spouse had said.
Okay, and the last line says, and what time would that be?
1627?
Right. And incident will be documented for informational purposes, negative with any 10-12s. Again, what was that?
Subject.
So now the subjects are the other people that might have been on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's move through that report, which had 4 pages, and go to the next one, which at the bottom is number 59. Okay, what time does this report start?
The timestamp on the call card is 1756 hours.
Okay, and I'm pointing to where you see the earliest time. Is that an accurate point?
It'll be the timestamp underneath the supplement
Okay, where's that at?
on the top.
Okay, and so up there at the very top.
Yes.
I can't reach that. Okay, so how are you able, as working in dispatch, working at the call center, how are you able to take this new call and tie it to the other one? Because the other one kind of ended when everything seemed to check out okay. And so that call completed. How are you able to, in your job task, able to connect this so that we can see it in court today?
I'm sorry. You're asking how I tie in supplement calls?
So you do know that the last call the last sheets that we were looking at said that just document this. Susan, let's do that. It said document it, right? And that it was all is okay. And so that ended that series of stuff that happened. That was at 4 o'clock, the 4 o'clock hour, whatever time it was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My question is, you got another call now that's related possibly to the same homeowner or something, the same incident. How are you able to connect that and allow us to see all of this? Is it you run it by address? How do you find out?
Normally, the officer will advise you supplement for report number, and then they'll give you the report number. and that's documented on the call comments. In this case, it occurred within the same time frame, or it wasn't until the next day. Normally, supplemental call cards are usually opened days later or maybe the next day of the incident.
So you could find it easily.
Yes.
Okay. And is it true, is this sheriff's department procedure, when after a call, do they ask for a report number from you guys?
It depends if the officer will document the incident.
Okay.
That's when they ask for a report number.
So in the last instance calls, was that even documented to create a report number at that point in time?
The first call?
The one we just talked about?
Yes, they asked for a report number to document the incident.
All right, so they wanted to document it, that you generated a report number, and so it would be easily to refer this as a supplement to that with anyone that might have responded earlier.
Correct.
And then you tie it together.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that information. All right, let's talk about some of the stuff that's on here. We're going to go back to the description column here and look at some of them. And on the left, though, we do have different officer names, or the dispatcher, and then we have the different officers by their numbers, correct? And then descriptions over on the right. Is that right? Am I still there? Same type of form?
Correct.
Okay. You got a bunch of people calling, saying they're en route, things like that. Then we have an officer here saying walking east from the 42. What's 42?
Residents?
And then you had another one says confirmed 450. What does that mean?
Dead body? Or
Okay.
deceased person?
And what's 450 mean? That means body, dead body?
Yes.
Okay. And dead body does have blood, possible some sort of unknown injury, 100 yards or less from the 42, and that's the house, correct?
Correct.
And get what's the rest of that?
On the bottom, the plus sign, that just indicates that it's a runoff of the same transmission.
And where does the rest go?
It says get a hold of CID.
Okay. Oh, I see. So it drops down. Okay. So there's the get and then the plus to add it, hold of CID. Call graveyard in early. That's for backup purposes, right?
For shift coverage, yes.
Yes. So if a lot of people are going to be tied to a murder scene, you want that next shift maybe get in early so that the streets are still covered, correct?
Correct.
Is that a possibility?
Correct.
You're not the one that requested that. You just
No.
did what you were told.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does everyone, once again, get communicated to get into the office, get into the station early?
I don't recall in this incident if dispatch assisted or if it was the sergeant that called the graveyard units to come in early.
Okay, and then we have 6:30 and 23 seconds. Body's laying face down, is not pulse, not breathing, sort of warm, has not acclimated, that's the plus and the TED on the next line, to temperature. This is a recent, what's that word?
You're off the screen now. So
Oh, thank you, Judge.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. So this is not, and what's this word?
Don't,
This is a recent, don't let the 10 to 12 go back inside. What is that?
it says don't let the 1012 go back inside the 42 anymore.
Is that the home?
Yes.
And the 10-12 would be the Kellys?
Correct.
And that was at 1831, correct?
Correct.
1830. And I'm showing it seems like a continuation of information, correct?
No.
No? Tell me where it stops.
1830 is the last, it's a different transmission that ends at recent. 1831 with 46 seconds. That's a whole new radio transmission.
Okay. Do you have any idea who said that last transmission?
It was Sergeant Omar Rodriguez.
Thank you. It's 6:30. 6:30, correct? PM. Advise him it's a criminal investigation. Is that what that stands for?
Correct.
Yeah, put it together. And that there's a couple of canines out there. They've disturbed part of the scene. However, the one, what does that mean?
It should be 1012. It just continues on to the,
Thank you. Okay, however, the 10-12 and canines disturbed the scene. Now we have it 6:36. We have injury wound backside of the torso, right side, correct?
correct.
I believe mine is not the evidence, so I'm just putting a little dash there. Just a second, Your Honor. Just a quick question, counsel.
God, we're dragging this out now. Come on.
Sergeant Flores arrived at this scene? Can you look at this and tell me?
The call card states you arrived at 1925.
Okay, so he, according to that, which this is accurate information, correct? That would be later after the note that I made at about 1836. That the injury wound backside of the torso, right side, and he's not even there yet, is he? Crime scene is not there yet, correct?
The Criminal Investigation Division is not there yet, no.
Thank you for that information. And so we have, according to this, we have information of the backside of the torso right side, a wound that's been reported by O. Rodriguez, correct?
Correct.
All right, what does this one here mean? Check with 865, see if they have cameras. Is that supposed to be pointing towards the direction of the 42? So you're trying to, someone's asking for you to inquire with Border Patrol and see if there's any cameras out there. Is that about right?
Correct.
Thank you. And it says here, anything helping investigation, 451 involving a possible undocumented alien, right? And 451 again is what?
That one means, I'm not too sure if what the dispatcher was trying to put, but 451 is, I don't know what that is. I know maybe it might have been 450.
And if it was 450, what would that say?
It'd be for deceased person or dead body.
Okay, makes a little more sense, right?
Correct.
And then the response back about the cameras comes here at 1842. Cameras not fixed in any direction. They didn't see him leave the 42, which is the house, right?
Correct.
They weren't looking at the area, correct?
Correct.
So someone at Border Patrol surveillance says, we weren't even focused in that area at the time. Is that not what I'm reading?
Correct.
And if I'm wrong, correct me, please. And then confirming 10 to 12 called 865. What's 865?
Border Patrol.
Called Border Patrol and told them he shot something. Check with E65. Who's E65?
It's 865, Nogales Border Patrol.
That's a Border Patrol. So Border Patrol, someone in Border Patrol, and you said Jeremy wasn't the person you were, Marcellus was not the person that you were talking to, but someone else in Border Patrol, all of a sudden you guys hear some admission about shooting at this person, right? And you dispatch that, don't you? That he told them he shot something, right?
That's Sergeant Omar Rodriguez. That's his radio transmission.
So who's saying this? Omar Rodriguez?
Yes.
Or you guys telling me?
No, this is Omar Rodriguez. This is his radio transmission. Confirming 1012 called 865 and told him he shot at something with, check with 865. So the radio transmission might be more formal, forming sentences. Our radio transmissions don't have to be. They just have to make sense.
To someone like you that knows how to interpret this.
And the deputy's correct.
Right. And so here you are interpreting it. How
Correct.
do you interpret it for these jurors?
Correct. So this is coming from Sergeant Rodriguez.
I'm only writing on my copy, okay? And then we have coordinates copying, right?
Correct.
Someone called it in and gave the coordinates to the body?
Yes, on the left, it's 150, which is Sergeant Omar Rodriguez.
Okay. Was advised and stated, get info for 136. 1012 behavior is extremely suspect and knows a lot of info about what's going on and is being hesitant and saying someone else maybe shot him. This came from O. Rodriguez, I suspect. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's for 136? What does that mean? Get info for 136.
That will be Detective Ainsa, Jorge Ainsa. That's his badge number.
And 1012 behavior is the suspect. And extremely, is suspicious a good word for that? SUS?
Correct.
And knows a lot info about what's going on. So we got some en routes. And then we have 1012 was cold to touch and extremities 2, meaning also not breathing, no pulse, torso area was still warm to the touch, which tells me it is recent, correct?
Correct.
So you were attempting to contact 114? What's that?
That'll be Deputy Chief Gerardo Castillo, as number 114.
Okay, so we're going up to, is that sheriff supervisor?
It's the sheriff, and then it's the chief deputy.
Okay, so he's a higher ranking
Correct.
officer of the sheriff's department, correct?
Correct.
And try calling him R9, what's that?
That is evidence custodian Luis Gonzalez. His badge number is R9.
Was called in to assist with lightning. Made contact with 114. And then it says, what's the rest say? He'll call you, what am I reading?
Made contact with 114. He'll call you RN, which is right now.
Right now, okay, so no abbreviation, so that's a he'll call you. Okay, thank you. And then someone arrived on the scene.
You're off the screen again.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Then it says, Wanda Kelly, George Kelly, D4103. What's that mean?
We have districts. District 4 is the Nogales area, and 103 is headquarters. So that's our Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office in Nogales.
And then why is Wanda and George's name near that? Why is their name written here?
I do not recall the recording, what exact transmission was given for that time.
Okay, separate entry.
Correct.
Exit 42101, what with us in unit. What is that?
Exiting residence, female subject with us in unit.
Female subject is in the unit. Would that be Mrs. Kelly?
Correct.
Does it show Mr. Kelly in a unit yet or not yet?
I do not see it on this page.
Okay, let's turn the page. The bottom will be reflected as 61.
All right, I think we're going to take our evening recess. It's about 4:25. I want to talk to the jurors a little bit, and I'd like to recess at 4:30. Thank you. You can step down.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we recall this witness on Thursday?
Yes, yes. I mean, you've got to get up to Tuesday. So tomorrow.
Oh, what day is today? I guess that would be Friday, Judge. Can we recall her on Friday? She's got to be in Tucson tomorrow.
So you have in Tucson tomorrow.
Yes.
Any objection?
Friday morning? Oops, sorry, Judge. Friday
I mean,
morning,
they've been
okay?
hammered. They did a pretty good job at hammering this lady.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
We'll see you Friday morning then. Okay.
Judge flips a table next. Okay.
Let's see. These are, what are these exhibits?
They are, Judge.
I'm give these back to the, well, we'll give them back to the clerk. I'll need them later. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Thursday, tomorrow. Again, we're going to have court 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll continue with testimony and witnesses. Then we'll break for lunch. Then you'll come back at about 1 or 1:30. We'll see what time we break. What'll happen then is, as I said, we're going to take what everyone's calling a field trip. But it's not going to be like the field trip you took when you were kids, or I took. At least I took when I was kids. You're going to go out to the Kelly Ranch, and here's how it's going to work. We have a van. All the jurors are going to be taken in the van. Someone from our court administration is going to drive the jurors out there. We'll have some court staff. The lawyers will be out there separately. The lawyers have been working on this. This is a joint request from the lawyers that we do this, and we've been working on it. And they've come up with an agreement about what you're going to see. And we'll go over that more tomorrow. But just in preparation for tomorrow, you're going to be out there on the scene. I checked the weather forecast. It's supposed to warm up, get kind of warm. You might want to look at it yourself so you know what to wear. Obviously, you're going to go out there, and part of it we're going to drive around, but part of it is going to be some walking. All right. No one's going to have to walk multiple football fields, I don't think, but we're going to make it as accommodating for you as possible. But you'll be taken around, and there'll be designated locations of things you're going to see. So, for example, you'll see the driveway. You're going to go into the Kelly residence, in the kitchen, in the living room, in the hallway, in the bedroom, on the patio. You know, locations that have been the subject of a great deal of evidence and testimony in this case. Anyway, be prepared for that. Dress appropriately, sunscreen, hats. We're going to try and have some cold bottled water for you because it's going to be warm. So be prepared for that. And again, we're going to go into more detail tomorrow when it's closer to the time when we're going to do this. And I'll talk to you about, I got some very strict rules that are going to have to be followed. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. But in the meantime, be prepared for that tomorrow. There'll be some walking, dress appropriately. You know, it's going to be warm, hot, which is better than cold and windy as far as I'm concerned. And you'll go and do that. And if possible, also, I think the last site that we'll visit is a section of the border where the wall is. that has been discussed in this case. And for that, we're going to drive you there. So you're not going to walk there. It's too far. I just want to be aware of what we're going to do so you can prepare yourselves, dress appropriately, and be prepared for that, comfortable shoes. I anticipate that'll consume the afternoon. And when that's all over, we're going to bring you back and we're just going to recess for the afternoon. And then you'll come back Friday morning and we'll continue with the testimony. Okay? Again, it's really just to help prepare you so you know what to expect and you dress appropriately and with proper shoes and so forth. Does anyone, there'll be some walking involved. Does anyone, and we're going to try and keep it to a minimum, but you know what's out there. And the terrain is such that you're going to have to do some walking. Does anyone anticipate any problems with that? Anybody have any issues with that? No. All right. Juror number 4, the clerk's brought to my attention your situation with your employer. I haven't talked to him since he talked to you again. My suggestion to him was that I have a friendly conversation with your employer, but I don't want to do that unless that's all right with you. Okay. Friendly conversation. Okay. So I'll try and take care of that. Did you give him the clerk contact information for this gentleman? Or person? No, I don't want you to say anything. I'm just asking. If I have to call somebody, I want to know who to call and how to get in touch with them. So that's my. Oh, we have that? Okay, we already have. All right. I guess they told me we already have that. I wasn't aware of that, so we're good. All right, but you're good with that. Good. Okay. Any other questions about the schedule or what's going to happen tomorrow? All right. Very well. You're excused for the evening. Remember, the court's admonition. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30 for more testimony. All right. I'll stay here just in case of anything else.
The idea of doing a jury review is not outlandish. Happens all the time.
That's why when we created.
With your employer. Oh, we have that? Okay. Remember, the court's admonition.
Doing a jury review is not outlandish. It happens rarely, but it's not common, but it's not outlandish. It's not something goofy. It does happen at times. So just pointing that out. Some employees are asked about jury duty. Yeah, well, they don't want to pay their guy while he could be out there fucking off. So, yeah. Well, yes, you're going to have to sniff the Kelly's laundry. Yes. Oof. All right, guys. So the next morning is when the judge loses his shit. So we'll get to that in a second.
Okay, you can have a seat. Jury's absent. Counsel and defender are still present. I want to keep the people who go to the scene tomorrow in the afternoon to the absolute bare minimum of who's absolutely necessary. So let's just discuss that. Obviously, the state, 2 prosecutors, Detective Ainza. Hopefully, nobody else. Anybody else? Can't hear you.
We had planned a detective from our office as well. Is it 1 or 2?
For
One or
what?
two.
For what?
What one vehicle? And I'm unclear if the victims have requested to attend, Your Honor. I think they would be entitled to be present if they want to be there, but I don't know what the latest conversation with them was about whether they intended to come or not.
Is that why you want the detectives to be there?
Yes.
All right. If the victims aren't going to attend, then we don't need the detectives, right?
I suppose we could just come with Detective Ainza.
All right. Sure. So if the victims' representatives wish to attend, they do have a right to be there, and we'll make that accommodation. And if they're there, then the detectives can transport them. But if not, then they'll just be the 3 of you. Fair enough?
Sure, that'd be fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Defense, obviously, to counsel. Defendant, I assume maybe Mrs. Kelly will be there. Anybody else?
Yes, we have her dad laying out the placards.
I was
And
gonna
we've
ask about
also,
that,
yeah, so he'll be out to make sure they're in place where they were put. But we also suggested to the state, we haven't heard a response yet, of him standing out in that location where the body was.
Let's talk about the first thing first. I want to be sure that everything's in place. So when we get out there, it's there, it's set up. You don't have to set anything up.
We'll be leaving from court when you dismiss to verify that everything's still in place. No
So-
wind, no nothing has moved it.
And it's set up with.
It'll be set up before and it'll be numbered. So it should match the list, whatever printout everyone's going to get.
Perfect. Good.
And Your Honor, the state's concerned that Mr. Larkin represents a party in this matter. He represents a witness, and that just doesn't seem appropriate.
Well, he's not
I
going to
don't know
talk.
if I don't know if a court
Once
deputy would like
once
to
he
do it.
once everything's set up, we don't need him there, right?
It's the person who's standing at the location of the body
Oh,
or
that's what you-
standing
Yeah.
at the location
And
of
we
the.
requested that he does wear just khaki colored clothing for the purpose of illustrating. And he won't talk to anybody and he will be under he's an officer of the court and he will follow those orders.
And Your Honor, we had a dark brown backpack as well. So I think that's why when we created it, we had a black shirt on one of the detectives to sort of
Black shirt.
have that color. But so I think it's getting a little complicated, but I think perhaps a court. a court officer might be more appropriate than an
If-
attorney for a party in this case.
If they could have a choice of a detective, isn't it not okay that we also get a choice of someone that we know will follow the rules?
Well, I think what's important is that if now we're talking about if the jury requests to see, from some vantage points out to where the Kellys say they saw what they saw, then the only thing that matters is that who's ever out there and performs that function has some rough resemblance to who actually was alleged to have been out there. Like the
We're willing to
victims.
put on whatever we want. I just told them to put on, color coding to the terrain, the tans or whatever. I think she could probably come up with tan pants. If they have a backpack they want him to wear, we can put it on him too. We're open.
I mean, if there's some, it doesn't matter who does it. It's just
It's
somebody's
just,
just going to stand there and do what they're told to do.
but we're just concerned that it's inappropriate for an attorney representing a
Well, somebody
witness to do
make
it.
somebody make an alternative suggestion. Then.
I was suggesting court staff, Your Honor, but we're happy to have a detective do it. I just don't think it's appropriate for an attorney who represents a witness to do it.
I'm not that concerned about it, but I'm not going to make a big issue out of it. How big was the victim? 5'8" or so?
5'8", 5'9", Judge, maybe?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. We'll have to check the autopsy to be certain. The detective's checking
I
now.
mean, we're not going to.
And it's probably in kilograms. We'll have to figure it out. It's not in the autopsy. Check the autopsy.
Well, he looked like he was about average height, like 5'8" or so, and
Yeah.
I would say maybe
Average height, average weight.
about 180 pounds or so.
That'd be my guess, Judge, from what I observed. But I'm guessing.
I'm not going to call, Madame Toussaint and have a wax figure. But so, all right, we'll see.
He's still.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I like to give.
And I think the bailiff would have to be in charge of the jury, so that probably wouldn't.
Right.
be
So the other thing
appropriate.
that's going to happen is the bailiff and Deputy Martinez. The Deputy Martinez are going to escort the jurors to locations 1 through 14. Lawyers, court, everyone else, we're going to be off to the side. Okay, we're not going to follow them around from 1, 2, 3 to 14. Okay, not going to be any talking. There's not going to be any conversation. They're going to lead, the bailiff and the deputy are going to lead the jurors through the points of interest. The lawyers are going to be off to the side. We're going to be off to the side. Okay. Any problem with that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I don't want any talking. No one's going to be allowed to have any cell phones. I'm going to tell them to turn them all off and put them away. So that's how they're going to be led around. Okay. I don't want any contact with any of us, lawyers, court staff, anyone else with the jurors while they're going from A to B to C.
Or the parties, correct, Your Honor?
Well,
Like
anybody.
Mr. and Mrs. Kelly as
Right.
well.
Okay.
Mrs. Kelly is just going to be hidden in her bedroom, which will not be shown. And so she's not going to be out there to be seen at all.
That's fine. And then, someone's going to have to provide some clothing that roughly assimilates what the victim was.
I like the clothing he's wearing.
Martina?
Take off anything shiny and I'd be happy with it.
Well, you folks work on that. I mean,
He was 5'6" and 186 pounds, Your Honor.
oh, that's pretty close. Well, shorter. Okay. All right. Can you put on like 80 pounds over there? All right. Well, we'll see.
Your Honor, that happens to be the same height and weight about as Detective Ayenza.
And no, if we can't use ours, I want him off to the side too.
Yeah.
I don't have an objection to
can't
that,
use that
Judge. I'm
too.
just
Well, if it's
suggesting.
not appropriate that Mr. Larkin does it, it's not appropriate that Detective Ainsa does it. Well, just come up with somebody else and we'll look around here. It doesn't have to be, it's not going to be exact, but, and again, they might not ask for it, but I kind of think they will. So I want to be prepared. How about some clothing? Can we get together? What was it?
Beige tactical pants and an olive jacket and a dark brown woodland backpack.
Well,
Pretty large.
I don't think you can see a backpack from that distance,
Well,
but I think if the coloring
if
is
you want to
right.
do it, all right. I am not going shopping tonight. I never go shopping. So somebody come up with clothing, be prepared for it. It's your cases and we can try and find a neutral body. But in terms of clothing and appearance and stuff, I'm going to leave that up to you. All right. And if we can't do it, then and they want to do it, then we'll decide whether we just go with what we got.
That's
All
pretty
right.
interesting to do it that way.
Mr. Larkin, you ready to get everything set up tomorrow for us? You're on your way out this afternoon. Excellent. All right. Anything else? Good. All right. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're adjourned for the evening. Thank you.
Yes, the defense attorney's dad is one as attorney. Yes. I just don't understand why they don't just throw it on a mannequin and have him lay down. But I get it. The idea is he was standing up before he got killed. So I don't know. All right. We are moving on to when the judge apparently loses his mind and walks off.
Thanks. Okay.
Oh, did I just hold on? Did I just ruin that? Yeah, I did. All right, hold on here. Switch it to the correct day.
Are we on? All right, you can be seated. We're on the record. Records show the presence of counsel and the defendant. The jury is absent.
Here we go, chat.
Mr. Jetty or Ms. Hunley, I need to know what remains of the state's case in chief.
We're currently in the cross-examination of Detective Barba. And after Detective Barba, we have Border Patrol Agent Tercy, who should be quick. I mean, this is from the state's perspective, quick from our perspective. And then we have the finishing up of dispatch witness on Friday and Detective Ianza. And that's it.
Thank you. What does the defense anticipate of its case in terms of how much time you're going to need?
Your Honor, we're hoping to get through it fairly quickly. We have Sheriff Hathaway, we have Border Patrol Agent Lyugan, Border Patrol Agent Gorman, and Detective Raul Rodriguez that we anticipate calling, and then possibly the defendant, possibly not.
Give me an estimate of how
Time?
much?
2 days?
2 days?
The way
I'm
things
just
are
asking.
going, I'd say yes.
All right. I'm going to start imposing time limits in this case on direct and cross examinations. When we've been discussing this case, leading up to the case, and during the trial, counsel advised me that this case would take 3 weeks. I have to rely on what you tell me. I don't know who the witnesses are going to be, what they're going to testify to, or what the duration of time is going to be. I was told it's going to be 3 weeks. Today is 3 weeks, right? Today is 3 weeks. We started on March 21st. Today's 3 weeks, and the state's still in this case. I've also been monitoring and asking counsel for how we're doing, how we're progressing on this case, so that I could decide determine whether I needed to exercise any authority over the pace of the case. I was informed by the state that there was a possibility that they would rest last Friday. Here we are on Thursday. State's not going to rest today. And if we continue, then the state will maybe rest at the close of business on Friday. I assume Detective Ainza is going to be a lengthy witness. So clearly, we are behind schedule. This case is going to go to the jury next week. It's going to go to the jury next Thursday. And I'm going to move this case so that happens. And I'm going to start imposing time limits. This line of cross-examination of Detective Barba, tell me what it is. Tell me why it's relevant and what you're trying to do.
Are you referring to Ramon, to Detective Barba about Ramon?
I am.
Ramon is somebody who came forward in this case. He made a false report to law enforcement. Law enforcement collected information from Ramon that was verifiable.
If you're going to penalize somebody trying to curtail direct, the state has caused this problem, not the defense. It's not the defense's job to make sure this thing goes on time. Yes, if he'd shut the fuck up, we wouldn't have this problem as well. Dolly says, is this an appellate issue? The judge has the right to govern his case. Now, he could say, I'm limiting cross to 20 minutes or redirect to 20 minutes. There could be a potential with that, but he's generally given leeway to govern his courtroom.
False. Law enforcement failed to exercise any kind of standard of care over this investigation. It shows law enforcement's bias, and it shows their ineffectiveness in actually being able to investigate the case. It's crucial to the defense to be able to put on this information.
So the line of questioning is basically, well, first of all, Ramon's not a witness, right? He's not going to testify. Ramon came forward. He gave information. Is the defense point of view an argument that he gave false information, correct? All right. They looked at Ramon. They decided for whatever reason not to use Ramon, maybe in part because he wasn't an honest witness or he's not available. But so basically what you're trying to prove is that, as I understand it, through this cross-examination, is you have a witness who gave false information, he's not being used, and you're just trying to determine that the state didn't adequately investigate his false information?
That's true. He's also a potential suspect. Judge, anybody who comes forward to put themselves at the scene of the crime should be looked at as a person of interest. We had a witness testify that because Mr. and Mrs. Kelly were at the scene of the crime, they were persons of interest. Anybody who puts himself there is a person of interest, if not a potential suspect. And we have a right to question the investigation and to challenge them and to get to the bottom of why they didn't pursue other people who are making false reports and maybe potential suspects.
Very well. You can do that, but this examination is way beyond the scope of the direct examination. This is evidence that is more properly presented in the defense case in chief. You can present that in the defense case in chief if you want. We're not going to go into it any further right now. It's beyond the scope of the direct examination, and it's more evidence that's to be presented in the defense case in chief. If you wanted to present that in the defense case in chief, you can do that. And if you do that, because of the way we discussed this yesterday in the ruling of the court, is that then we're going to play the entire video of the interview. And I don't know, did you determine how long that's going to take?
It's only 20 minutes, Your Honor.
20 minutes, that's good. But that'll come out in your case in chief, and that'll come out of the defense time.
I just have to object, Judge. I think that's going to cause this to take longer. If we have to recall Detective Barba to go through that, it'll take longer. I'm allowed in cross-examination to exceed the scope of direct. I'm not in any way limited by what the state asks this witness on direct. And if I have to call this witness in our case in chief, then I'm not able to lead the witness. So that's going to take.
You'll be
even
able to
longer.
lead the witness. He's an adverse witness. I'll allow you to lead the witness. The rules provide that if you call a witness and he's associated with an adverse party, the court can allow that. That's the ruling of the court. Let's call the witness.
Oh, judge is like, holy shit, wow. Okay, yeah, he's getting mad. He's like, look, I'll let you do what you got to do. We're going now. Damn, he is fucking had it. Although, remember, this is their fault. This is their fault they're here. It's their fault. These guys have to do their job. Man, he is getting angry.
The stand. We're not going to question the witness anymore on this particular point. You have 5 more minutes with this witness on cross-examination.
Judge, I have to object. This witness is very crucial to the defense. I've never been limited to the lead detective. This is the witness who's supposed to be the lead detective. I've never been limited to just 5 minutes of cross-examination. And this witness testified to all sorts of involvement in this case. This is one of the defense's main.
Why does it matter? The judge has the right to govern the pace of the trial. It's his courtroom. It's his case. He can decide what happens. So that's why he has that authority. Holy shit, this is getting spicy now. Getting interesting.
Witnesses that we have to get to. Judge, limiting me to 5 minutes of cross-examination with this witness violates Mr. Kelly's
You
constitution.
now have 4 minutes. Call the witness.
What? Oh, what? Whoa. That's an appealable issue right there. That's an appealable issue. Holy shit. Oh my God. Wow. Where's the jury? They're outside the courtroom. Wow. And Judge Fink is not happy. Let's go back to that
Limiting me
again.
to 5 minutes of cross-examination with this witness violates Mr. Kelly's constitution.
You now have 4 minutes. Call the witness.
Wow. Should be a smart ass. Go, do I have 3 now?
Please have a seat. I remind every witness who appears after they've appeared on a prior date, you're still under oath. Right?
We need the jury, Your Honor.
Good point. Bring in the jury.
I'm like, now you've got 2 minutes. You're out of time. Come on. Now you've got 2 minutes. Oh, that's where my phone went.
Right.
Oh, God.
Please be seated. The records show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. Juror number 4, I had a conversation with your point of contact from your employment. She's very accommodating. The clerk is going to work out the details. I don't anticipate.
Yes, it's actually very common, especially in the South and the Southwest. Everybody wears cowboy boots formally. Like you have courtroom cowboy boots. That's a very common thing. Get to Texas and you get out west, that's very, very common. In the Southwest, it's really common. That's a cultural thing. There are attorneys. There's an attorney too I know around here that wears cowboy boots. He's got a very nice set of I think they're like turtle skin cowboy boots or something like that. But that's the exception, not the rule. Most attorneys here you just wear dress shoes or you wear like black sneakers. Like depending on the day, I'll wear black sneakers. Is sometimes more comfortable if I'm doing a lot of walking. It's not in trial. So it just all depends. But yes, out west, that's a very common thing. You'll see attorneys out west, not at trial, but during like normal, like some of these guys might wear bolo ties. Very, very common. It's very much culturally appropriate for your area.
From your employment. She's very accommodating. The clerk is going to work out the details. I don't anticipate a problem. Right? All right. Witness is still under oath. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning. Detective Barba, I'm going to just have you look at a very basic map, okay? And I want you to help me put some things on this map, okay? You were at the house. This is Mr. Kelly's house, let's say, all right? You are aware that the body of the victim was discovered to the east of the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So body's over here. And this distance from the body to the house, that's about 115 yards. Is that correct?
I didn't do the measurement, so I wouldn't know the
Is
measurement.
that approximately right?
Sure.
Okay. And this is north, this is south. So down here is the border wall, okay? And would you agree, I know you didn't do the measurement, but that distance as the crow flies, that's about 1.5 miles. Is that correct?
Again,
More or less?
Sure.
I know you didn't do the measurements, but it's pretty far, right? Now, I want to ask you, let's say I'm a witness in this case. So let's say I come forward and I make a statement to you. Can you see this okay?
If you can go towards the front of your,
All right.
there we go.
All right. So let's say I'm a witness in this case and I come forward and I tell you that I was standing right behind the victim when he was shot and the house was on my left. That would put me to the west, right? That's where I would be if I told you I was facing south and the house was on my left. Would you agree that would put me out here?
Yes.
And what if I came forward and I told you when this happened, I was 10 yards away from the house? That would be inconsistent with the facts that you observed, right?
Well, direction and distance is subjective. I mean, I don't.
Well, if
think-
I say I'm facing south and the house is to my left, I'm
Let the witness
facing the
finish-
border
let the
wall.
witness finish his answer. You can answer.
direction and distance is subjective. For example, if I'm out in the wilderness and I don't have an idea of where it's north, or I'm just going to guess.
Okay, but let's say I'm pretty good with distance. And I tell you I'm facing south and the house is to my left and I'm 10 yards away from the house. And I'm pretty good with distance. That's inconsistent with the facts that you observed. Is that right?
If you're good with distance and you have knowledge of northwest, east, then that would be a correct statement.
Okay. And let's say I tell you that I'm looking at the border wall and that it's 2 football fields away. If I tell you that, that's inconsistent with the facts also, right?
Yes.
What if I tell you that the shots, as I'm standing here, are coming from my right? Shots are coming from over here. That's what I tell you. That's inconsistent with the facts of this case also, correct?
Yes.
What if I tell you that there's a horse over here? Oh, there we go. In between me and where the shots are coming from, and that horse got shot in this incident. That's also inconsistent with the facts. Is that right?
Right.
And what if I also tell you that while I'm standing right behind this person, the victim who gets shot, he falls over backwards and lands on his back? That's also inconsistent with the facts of this case, correct?
And again, the facts are how the body was located, or
The body was located on face down, correct?
correct?
There's no evidence that you saw that anybody rolled this person over. Is that right?
Again, I didn't go to the scene. I was not part of picking up the body, so any manipulation or the lack of manipulation, I wouldn't be able to testify.
But you do know that the body was located face down, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if a witness tells you this person fell over backward and landed on his back, and that's where he lay, that would be inconsistent with the facts, right?
Right.
Unless somebody rolled that body over after he fell down. Is that right?
Well, it also goes back to high stress incidents. To my knowledge and the training I've received in high stress incidents, you kind of tend to block specific details of the incident.
Do you think high stress could account for facts like this being so far different from the facts you observed on the ground?
Definitely.
You think that's high stress could do that?
Yes.
You would agree that Mr. Kelly would be under a lot of stress during this incident, correct?
Sure.
So if you're giving this person the benefit of the doubt, then you should give Mr. Kelly the same benefit of the doubt, correct?
I'm not giving anybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm just stating what my training and my experience has taught me.
You have training and experience regarding false reports also, correct?
That's correct.
And could that also be something that explains why the story is so different from the facts?
It's sure.
It's a possibility that this just could be a false report, right?
And the evidence that we gathered throughout the investigation, I don't believe so.
If somebody came forward and gave you this story, you would still say that that's a credible person who gives you this story.
That, including everything else that we gathered in the investigation.
When you interviewed Daniel Ramirez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into Mexico to interview him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go into Mexico to interview him?
Because Daniel couldn't cross into the United States legally.
You could have called him on the phone, right?
He doesn't have access to a phone.
You could have arranged some sort of Zoom call, correct?
He doesn't have access to internet.
You could have spoken with Mexican officials to arrange something, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that, did you?
No.
You and Sheriff Hathaway crossed into Mexico to conduct a criminal investigation in Mexico, correct?
Well, it was a witness statement, witness interview.
Is taking a witness interview part of a criminal investigation?
Sometimes,
Was taking this witness interview part of a criminal investigation?
yes.
So you conducted part of a criminal investigation in Mexico, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, defense counsel asked you a number of questions about the Celebrite download of the victim's phone. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
She asked you about text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us, she asked you, were there other messages on the phone?
I just want to make sure that redirect is limited in the same way that my cross-examination was limited.
You can continue.
And I'd like to make a proffer when we're done with this witness.
You can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me,
What?
Detective,
He's not
were there other,
bending them? Oh,
were there
come
other
on.
text messages on the phone?
Which phone are you talking about, Ms.
The
Hunter?
victim's phone?
Yes, there were.
And can you tell us the nature of the other text messages you observed?
Yeah, so there were two sets of messages threads, one on his personal phone
Oh, you
message,
can join me
so
if
the
you
inbox
like.
where you get from his phone number. And then he also had threads through an application called WhatsApp. Those applications from the WhatsApp threads were screenshotted by the investigator who did the download, and they were placed on an individual file for me to review. And in those WhatsApp threads were a numerous amount of family pictures. He was involved as, I believe he was a coach for his siblings or his kids, soccer team in Mexico. So it was a group thread where they were exchanging practice dates, dates for the games, jerseys, etc.
Were they also discussing some kind of upcoming tournament?
Yes,
Now, the defense showed you a picture of the defendant and the download information, is that right?
correct,
And that was Defense Exhibit III, correct?
correct.
And were you able to take a look at that image to determine whether that had any location data?
Yes,
Did it have any location data?
it did not.
When you took a look at the rest of the items that were on that Cellbrite report, defense asked you to speculate about what this picture depicted. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And based on what else you observed on the cell phone, is there anything else on that cell phone that gives you an idea what this photograph is about?
Objection, relevance. We tried to introduce other photos from the cell phone and the court didn't let us do it, so I don't
The
think.
question was directed to this particular photo, which is in evidence. The objection's overruled.
Well, if I remember correctly, that the date on that picture is on the 21st of January 2023. A few days prior to that, there's a video, January 18th of 2023, where you can hear Mr. Buitimea speaking with a group.
Wait.
Without
The
telling
question was about the photograph. I'm not getting
Yes.
into anything else.
Without telling us what folks said, were you able to ascertain from the video what was happening?
Yes,
What was it?
Again, I thought the question was, what can you ascertain about this from looking at this photo, right?
Judge, the question was, the defense asked this witness to speculate what this photograph was about. And this witness observed within a couple of days of this photograph, other video that put this in context. And so that's why I'm asking the witness this question. And that was specific to the defense's question to this witness.
Does the
on
defense
cross.
have that? Does the defense have that?
They do, Judge. It's all on the Cellbrite.
I haven't been able to see the video, Judge. There was some description of a video in Detective Barba's report. We weren't able to find that on the Cellbrite.
Let's move on to another topic.
Just to follow up with the defense's question, are there any other things when you look at this that you think might be a possibility with respect to what you observed, based on what the defense asked you?
yes. With the binoculars that he was wearing, I believe that he might have been hunting.
You were asked about your conversation with the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you even remember who you spoke to at the medical examiner's office?
I do not.
And if Dr. Tim testified it wasn't her, do you believe that she was accurate?
Yes,
Did you write the documentation that's in the medical examiner's report?
I did not.
Were you providing that information very early on in this case?
Yes,
Was that before you even attended the autopsy?
that's correct.
Did you have any opportunity to review that documentation prior to it going into the medical examiner's report?
I did not.
Have you ever had an opportunity to determine whether it was accurate?
No, when it was presented to me yesterday was the first time I saw it.
Are there some things in that documentation that are inaccurate?
Yes,
Do you recall what the items are that are inaccurate?
I would have to refresh my recollection of the document.
Do you know who declared the Mr. Buitimea deceased?
I believe it was Deputy Lopez.
Okay, so that's your belief from what you learned that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you about some questions the defense asked you with respect to Exhibit 130. That's the samples that you provided to RJ Lee Group. And I want to make sure I understood some of your testimony. The defense, when they were asking you those questions yesterday, asked you if all of the sample went into the same vial. At least that's how I understood the question. Is that how you collected the information, the data?
Each
For the-
sample went into an individual vial.
And so you had how many separate vials?
5.
And so when you collected from each item, each one went into its own vial. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for this witness from members of the jury? We do.
Let's see what they got. Yeah, she had 7 minutes to redirect. Judge is not fucking around now. Can the defense redirect when it's been over 5 minutes? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. He is clamping down. He is governing his trial accordingly.
Didn't get clear.
The Mexican consulate building to interview the witness at. Question, why was a hotel in Nogales, Sonora, Mexico chosen to interview the witness at instead of at the U.S.-Mexico port of entry or the Mexican consulate building?
So I believe this part of that incident didn't get clarified. We weren't in a room in the hotel. We were in the public area of the restaurant of the hotel. And subsequent to that, we moved to a lounge that was empty at the time, however, so accessible to the public. The reason why we moved from the restaurant to the lounge was because the restaurant was busy. There were a lot of individuals consuming in the restaurant. We went over to the lobby and we chose that place because it was a little bit more less noisy, less crowded, and it allowed us to do the interview more appropriately.
And the question was directed towards why weren't alternative locations of either the port of entry or the Mexican consulate used?
The location was chosen by Sheriff Hathaway and I was under his direction.
Another question from the same juror, why was only part of this meeting recorded?
So
Because
the
we're
recording
idiots.
was a decision made
We're
by Sheriff
fucking
Hathaway.
morons.
When I conducted a meeting with Daniel, I just took notes about our conversation. The reason why I decided to do that was because this was a highly publicized case. I didn't want to bring any unwanted attention towards us that could contaminate the interview because recording somebody in public when you're sitting down is uncommon. So it's going to bring some eyes to us and they're going to start wondering, what are you guys doing? And I didn't want those extra eyes contaminated.
All right. There may be follow-up questions by the lawyers to these questions. Questions from another juror. You stated you received a handgun, cell phone, and a magazine from Sergeant Lopez upon arrival at the Kelly residence with the service of the first search warrant. How were these items obtained? Was there a warrant for these items prior to arrival in the jury system? I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear.
Yes, the items were documented on the warrant and they were just transferred from hand to hand. Deputy Lopez had collected them and then he gave them to me.
All right, so they were obtained pursuant to a search warrant.
That's my belief, so yes.
Another question, if you know, in earlier testimony, Sergeant Rodriguez confirmed a photo he had taken of a single footprint at the scene, and there have been other testimonies confirmed that there were no other signs of foot traffic around the body. Yet there has been testimony by witnesses there. In your opinion, how is that possible? So the question really is, a single footprint was found, but there's been testimony of a lot of other foot traffic in the same area. How is it possible that only one footprint was found, if I understand the question correctly?
So I was not part of the collection of the body or the inspection of the surroundings. So I wouldn't be able to testify whether there was or there wasn't. And that would be my answer.
All right, final question from another juror. Was the geofence warrant executed in June? Or did Google go back chronologically to January 30th?
Yeah, so when I served the warrant to Google, I set a specific time on the warrant from January 29th to, I believe it was February 1st. So it went back to that time frame.
Very well. Hand the questions to the clerk. Follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors by the state.
Do you have any idea why the restaurant was chosen as opposed to other locations? I know you indicated that the sheriff picked it.
I don't know.
Was the area quiet enough where you were that you were able to conduct the interview?
Yes.
I think that's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Larkin.
just to be clear, you did not understand that Sheriff Hathaway had involved any officials from the Mexican government before conducting this investigation in Mexico, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you didn't think it was odd at all that you were going into Mexico to
They
conduct
would
this
have had
investigation?
to get in there.
To my understanding and what was explained to me, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He has a lot of background with DEA, and they do that often.
They typically have authority to do that, correct?
I'm not a federal agent, so I'm not sure what they have authority or don't have authority.
All right. When you interviewed Daniel in Mexico, you did not record it, right? But then Sheriff Hathaway did record a portion of this after you had spoken with Daniel, correct?
Well, it was immediately, it was not like there was a break in between. It was kind of immediate.
So you spoke with Daniel for what, 40 minutes or so, right?
Correct.
And then Sheriff Hathaway recorded the next 6 minutes of that interview, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you didn't record this interview because you were concerned about privacy, correct?
Correct.
But Sheriff Hathaway went ahead and recorded the interview, correct?
Correct.
So he didn't share your concerns, correct?
Correct.
Is it standard practice to do an interview and only record a small portion of that interview? That's not standard practice, right?
Nope.
Did
Not
Daniel, did he
standard.
ever tell you that his last name was really Varela?
Nope.
I don't recall.
Okay, you never noted in your report that his last name could possibly be Varela, right?
Lot
And
of
also
times
present
like
at that interview were 2 family members of Gabriel, correct?
That's correct.
And some guy by the name of Juan Carlos Rodriguez, correct?
Right.
You didn't look into him at all, did you?
Well, he was identified as the uncle and the facilitator of the interview.
That's what he told you, right?
And the daughters confirmed that he was the relative.
You didn't confirm that independently, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Seeing none, thank you, sir. You can step down, and the state can please call your next witness.
State calls Agent Tercy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yep, you just took their word
Sir,
for
if you
it.
please come over here to the
Just
witness
think
stand
about
and have a
that.
seat.
I was just trying to think about all the things. And here's the thing. Just going back to this real quick. Just think about all the things. I was just thinking about it. They went to Mexico. They didn't talk to the Mexican government about doing this. They interviewed this guy. They didn't record the whole thing. And then they believe everything he tells them. Brilliant work.
Good morning, Agent.
Good morning.
Real
Mhm.
briefly, can
Yes,
you
she
introduce
is.
yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Joshua Tercy. I've been with the United States Border Patrol for 11 years. I've been a supervisor for almost a year now, and I've been at the Nogales station for about 9 years.
I'm gonna hone in directly on why you're relevant in this case. Were you asked to produce some BP video surveillance?
Yes, I was.
Were you the video operator on the day of January 30th of 2023?
Yes.
And just so we have a background, how much experience do you have operating the videos for BP?
So I've been operating the cameras for Border Patrol for Nogales station on and off for about 4 years, 4 or 5 years.
And in that operation timeframe, have you also trained other Border Patrol agents on operating that camera system?
Yes, I'm a certified trainer for several different operations, their operating systems that we have for Border Patrol. So I train other agents and I also train DoD personnel, so Department of Defense personnel, whether it's going to be National Guard, Air Guard, that come down to the border for their missions.
And you were asked to provide some review of some Border Patrol surveillance
I
videos
agree,
in this
Jim.
case, right?
Yes.
You have permission to approach the witness?
I agree. It's starting to look that way.
Agent Tercy, I just provided you Government Exhibit 146 and 147, and those are item numbers 3AF, A as in Apple, F as in Frank, and 6AF. You see both of those in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Did you review those prior to testimony today?
I did.
And you watched those videos?
I did.
All right. Before I get into those videos, those cameras on January 30th, were they operational
They were fully operational.
within specs?
Yes.
I don't know what I just meant by that, but Border Patrol, they were working fine.
Yes. Usually once a shift at the beginning of our shift, we always check to make sure GPS is right, times, dates, and everything like that before we start our duty that day.
So the time and dates are correct on the video.
Correct.
And in that video, we see some direction of the cameras, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the location of where those cameras are facing?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the property?
Yeah, they were facing the Vermilion Ranch.
And Familiar Ranch is,
It's going to be, I guess, east side of Nogales. I mean, depending on which camera I was used, it's either going to be east or west of the camera system.
Would you know, if you know, would it be the defendant's property?
Yes.
You're going to move to admit Government Exhibit 3AF and 6AF in evidence, or Government Exhibit 146 and 147.
What is it?
They're the two DVDs.
Can you please hold them up for me?
Let me grab them for you.
Just for paper. Ask this witness a couple questions.
You may.
In reference to states 146 and 147, there are a couple, is it DVDs that are, each exhibit has one. Did you have a chance to preview it before coming in?
I did.
And did you initial this?
Did I initial the DVDs?
Yes.
No, I did not.
So you don't know what's on this individual DVD and this individual DVD?
Well, those are the ones that I saw, but I did not initial them.
How could you tell?
I guess I can.
Okay, and then I will object until he has a chance to preview it.
Sustained.
All right, a break, agent. We'll have you review these two items.
So normally the way this goes, these DVDs have like Border Patrol fence video shot. And if he didn't write that on there, how does he know what the fuck is on there? That's the argument they're making. And that is hilarioso. Normally, the party has some idea, or is like, I watched so-and-so write it as he pulled him out of the computer. But this guy hasn't seen him, so they're offering evidence that can't be authenticated. And the defense is doing their job. They're playing hard and fast. The judge does not look thrilled, but that's, hey, honey, that's their job. And yes, Jim, I agree. This is starting to look like a whole lot of deputies believe they're cousins. Yep. Selena gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for your support. And Unhung Hero says, not my job. Every state's witness. Pretty much, sadly. Jim says, judge needs to be sanctioned. He's not. He's allowed to control his courtroom. And he's controlling it because both sides have fucked around. So here we go. That's shame says, OMG, what? Yeah. Normally, the officer could be like, yeah, that's body cam video. That's my body cam video. I recognize the case number and all that. And normally, they're the ones who wrote it, because I've asked them, like, did you write that out? Yeah, I wrote that down. Yep, I produced the body cam footage. Never had one of them say no. But if they did say no, well, you don't know what's on it then. So here we go.
But let's talk about the area around Vermilion Ranch, you said?
Yes.
And Vermilion Ranch, just so we know, are there any pine trees in the area, in the greater area?
Yes. The north end of north of the ranch in like the Kino Springs village area, there's a lot of tall pine trees or pine tree looking trees.
And on the video, we're not going to publish the video, but on the video, you reviewed from start to finish the relevant time periods?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time, the first date where something was picked up, something was imaged?
I believe it was around 2:40 p.m. on January 30th.
And just so we know these cameras, I'm not going to get into the operational use of these cameras because it's Border Patrol sensitive information, right?
Correct.
These cameras, though, they span, how big of a distance do these cameras span?
They can see the immediate area within, I'd say, like a 10 to 20 foot radius of the camera, all the way up to 15 plus miles, depending on the clarity of the day.
So they're operational through a vast area of the southern border.
Correct.
And are they sensitive to motion? Are you allowed to indicate that to me?
I mean, due to border security, I can't disclose exactly the operating system of the cameras and their actual capability, but they're fairly sensitive, yes.
And it becomes, and you're operating the camera, so are you able to, not get into some of the details, but are you able to direct where the cameras go if you get an indication that something's happening?
Yes, I actually manually control the cameras. They're not automated.
Were you given a contact did someone inform you of an event that happened on January 30th around 2:42?
Yes, around 2:30 p.m. I received a phone call from BPA Jeremy Morcell that he received a phone call from George Allen Kelly about subjects on his property.
And what did you do in response to that phone call?
I immediately put the exact information that BPA Morcell told me. I put that out via radio to the agents in the area, and then I notified my supervisor so he could call the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department and get them involved.
And just so we know, we'll have you review these, but you've reviewed 3AF and 4AF
Yes.
or 6 AF prior, right?
Yes.
And we'll get confirmation on this, but is there anyone on the video other than SO, Border Patrol, or the defendant and his dogs?
No.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. The pine trees noted on Kino Springs Ranch, is that what you said?
I refer to it as Kino Springs Village, the immediate area north of his property. It's like a small neighborhood with pine trees around it.
And that's at least a mile away from his home?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it's within a mile.
It's what?
Probably within a mile.
Okay. I mean, he has a large property, so it's not like they're next door neighbors or anything, is it? You look at this terrain all the time. It's a good
Yes.
distance away.
Yeah, it's a decent distance.
Okay. So there is no pine trees on his property, on George Allen Kelly's property, is there?
I'm not sure about every single tree on his property.
But you sure know about a pine tree on someone else's property.
Well, it's in a surrounding neighborhood where there's a lot of them.
Okay. So that's some other location.
Yes, just
Okay.
north of this ranch.
And then you mentioned that you got a call from Border Patrol, Marcel, and isn't it true that the information wasn't just that there was subjects on the property, but that it was even more intense than that, like there was weapons or backpacks and all the things that you should be concerned about, correct?
Yes, I was just paraphrasing the phone call.
Okay, but you left out the serious part.
Yes.
Okay. And
Hey, Dolly,
Now-
how you doing?
Good, how are you?
you noted in your report that, speaking to Border Patrol Agent Marcel, that the defendant that stated that the gunshots may have been in the distance, but is unsure. That didn't come from Marcel. Is there anyone else you might have talked to?
No, the only person I talked to on the phone was Marcel. And that was
And
the second.
The
phone call.
only testimony that Marcel has to this court is he heard gunshots in his direction and he saw his horse running by. How does that change happen on your report?
That's how
Was
I
he misrepresenting it to you, or did you sum up again or misrepresent that on your report? Which one?
I put on my report from what I remember the conversation was.
So then you're saying that Marcel was potentially could have been misrepresenting if he testified to something different.
That's not what I'm saying.
There were other people that you observed in your videos. There was a group of 3 men running, of which Border Patrol intercepted them on a roadway, and one of them appeared to be hiding and getting and avoiding that Border Patrol agent. Do you know which view I'm looking at that I'm discussing right now?
I don't, because it didn't pertain to that area near his ranch.
Well, it's all on your videos that you supplied the state, which supplied me. And so there's these other incidences of some people on top of a hill also hovering over, looking down, a small group maybe. Did you consider that in your assessment of what was going on?
Yes, what you're referring to is the people on top of a hill that are looking down. That's actually going to be, I'd say, approximately 4 miles to the east and south of the international boundary in Mexico.
And it's closer to the 6 o'clock hour, correct? Which allows them the time from 2:30 to 6 to get in that general direction, correct?
Well, buddy,
I don't recall the exact time of when
Okay.
they were recorded on top of the hill. I believe it was before the incident. It was before the shift when I came in.
It's 6 p.m.?
No, it was prior to that.
No, sir. And the different people that were around and the Border Patrol, anyone bother to get information that you're aware of to determine who these people were?
The ones on top of the hill?
No, I don't.
And
think there's
the ones that I
anything like
mentioned that were
below
being chased down by a Border Patrol agent.
The ones on top of the hill were in Mexico, so we can't really obtain information about them or who they are.
So if they're on top of the hill and they might have a walkie-talkie too, maybe they're lookouts?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. Because of being on the hill allows the elevation to talk to people that are on the lower grounds to get to their locations, correct?
Correct.
And it's very hard for you to record all the activity because these people that are commuting in these areas understand where the cameras might be, correct?
Yes.
They also seem to travel through these ravines, arroyos, to get to their locations, which hinders the ability for you to see, correct?
Yes, they usually take routes that are usually harder for us to detect them.
And the fact that there's foliage everywhere, in some places more dense than others, makes it hard in that area to locate people commuting in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
Now, we know that we have information to believe that, first from Mr. Kelly, if there were 5 individuals traveling across his property, of which Mrs. Kelly saw 2, okay? That's just earlier testimony. Then we also learned in this case, and I'm just setting you up for the question, of people that could have been at this location, okay? And then I have a camera question. There were possibly 2 or maybe 4 people at the location around where the body was found. Now, with that said, you can't find any of these people, and yet we hear testimony and admission of being there. How does your cameras help this case?
I mean, I don't know how they would help the case, but
I'll pass the witness.
You asked a question. Is that your answer?
I thought he said he couldn't, how it help.
I don't know how. Can you repeat the question?
How would it help?
All right, he answered the question. He doesn't know.
Okay.
Redirect.
Agent Tercey, referring to the message or the communication you had with Agent Marcel, do you recall what he told you?
Yes, he told me that George Allen Kelly told him via cell phone that he saw 5 subjects carrying large packs with rifles and they had shot at him.
And when Agent Marcel tells you that, I mean, Agent Marcel, Border Patrol is trained on conveying correct information, right?
That is correct.
Because lives are in play when there's an active shooter.
Yes, especially with a situation with a call like that, it's taken very seriously.
Okay, but you're not questioning whether or not there's veracity to that statement. You assume it's true because someone is claiming there's an active shooter.
Correct.
And going to the images, I just want to make sure we understand that the one image with people on a hill, that was in Mexico.
Yes.
Are there routinely people up on hills in Mexico as scouts and people who watch?
So that hill that she's referring to and that I'm referring to, I remember seeing a subject up there wearing a red shirt, and it was prior to my shift coming in when I reviewed the footage. And there's typically people up there 24/7.
And of the image about people being chased down, that's not anywhere near the location of defendant's property?
I actually am not aware of exactly where another group of illegal aliens were caught.
And subject to recall for admission, I'm done with this witness, Your Honor. We'll have him come after the break.
Any questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Very well. Seeing none, you can step down, sir. I think the prosecutors might want to talk to you about what they might do further, and you can call your next witness.
The government's going to call Detective Ainza.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. You know the drill. Sir.
Ready, Detective?
Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Detective Ainza, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Nice. Good morning. My name is Jorge Ainza. My last name is Ainca, and I'm one of the detectives assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division in Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
All right, I'm gonna cover some housekeeping things first, lay the foundation so we get some admission of some evidence in this case, right?
That's fine.
And just so the jury knows, were you the lead investigator in this case?
Yes, I was.
And just so we had a time period, when were you called in to assist on this investigation?
I received a call from my sergeant, which is the supervisor for the named Sergeant Flores. I got the call at 6:29.
And we'll start off with government exhibits. We're going to start with some photographs first, and then we'll cover some of the other physical items here before we get into our time period. So you were called to the scene and you took photographs on January 30th? Sorry, the search warrant I'm talking about. Let me scratch this. I'm doing a poor job. Let's go back in time to make sure we lay out the time period. You were called to the case and what time?
At 6:29 in the evening.
And where were you called to?
I was called to respond to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office CID.
All right, that's the building next door to the courthouse.
Yes, it's down the hill.
All right, at 6:29, did you stay at that facility?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you actually eventually go to the scene?
I arrived at the Kelly Ranch a little after midnight. I believe it was 00:39, which is 12:39 in the early mornings on the 31st.
On the 31st.
Yes.
When you're at CID, you're communicating with officers on scene?
Yes,
You're communicating with Border Patrol?
that's correct.
Communicating with dispatch?
That's correct.
And you also do interviews of Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly
That is correct.
when they come to the scene, when it comes to the CID building.
That's correct.
And then you also prepared the first search warrant,
That is correct.
search warrant 007, right?
SW 23-007. That's correct.
And then a little past midnight, you go out and execute that search warrant.
That's correct.
And you took photographs on that morning?
Yes, it was the early mornings on the 31st.
I'm going to show you. I mean, have you reviewed government exhibit 34?
Yes, I have.
And those are photographs of the evening of the search warrant 007,
That is.
inside and outside?
That's correct.
Wait for Ms. Hunley to. We could talk about the electronic version. If Ms. Hunley wants to drive for me. And you reviewed that Government Exhibit 34, the actual physical disc that has been submitted to the clerk?
That's correct.
We'll find that disc. I'm going to show you just for you. So we're going to admit, I'm going to move to admit all these photographs. We admitted some of them partial, but we're going to admit all of them. So when Ms. Hunley get them up?
I have them. And this is just for the.
Just for the witness, just for the witness. Like I said, there's been subsets admitted. You've been sitting the entire trial, right?
Yes, I have.
Hey, Dolly, how you doing? Want to
I'm
say
good.
hi?
How are
No,
you?
we got a break. The judge didn't walk off yet, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's gonna happen soon.
Okay.
This is the main investigator. What do you think about it so far? It's kind of weird, isn't it? This case.
Yeah, really weird. I haven't been covering it too closely, but
Yeah,
what I've seen is just kind of throwing him under the bus.
pretty much. That's what I think too. So
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Apparently, the judge gets super pissed off. Well, if the beginning he was very mad, and we'll see that keep
Yeah.
going. So
Great.
yeah, here we go, guys.
All right. So we're going to show
I got the screen up.
if Ms. Hunley can go through that at a pretty brisk pace. Those look familiar to you?
Yes, they do.
Well, Kathleen, thank you for your subscription, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm worried for George Kelly too. I think he's getting railroaded here. That's like a 8 levels above theory, but that wouldn't surprise me. Yes, the government would love to be the one controlling the land along the border, because then they can do whatever they
also
want.
include pictures from a different search warrant, right?
That's correct.
What search warrant was that?
That is SW 23-008.
So there's also photographs in there from, technically there's 2 search warrants on the 31st. The early morning hours and then later in the day, right?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 34 contains photographs from both search warrants.
That's correct.
And there's also pictures of autopsy on there?
I haven't seen them yet.
Okay.
It's still scrolling. There are the autopsy photos.
Is she scrolling through all those look familiar to you?
They all do. Yes.
You're the photographer?
Yes, I am.
Those are fair and accurate representations of the photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
Was it? Yeah, just to make sure we comply.
It's just going to piss off the judge. They got to keep.
4168. You're right, the government's going to admit, there's going to be a condition here. The government's going to move to admit Government Exhibit 34, images 4168 to 4519. There are some.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
4168 to what?
4519. After that is pictures of evidence, and we want to comply, so we're going to take out some of those photographs. So for this time being, 4168 through 4519.
under our 404B issues that we have, which are,
Let's pick this up. I think I know what's going on, but I'm sure.
Well, uh-oh.
He looks a little annoyed.
Well, you saw the beginning where he's like, you got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, what about direct? He's like, I'll let you declare him a hostile witness. Cross-examine him all you want. He's like, and it's funny because it's not the defense's problem. The state, the defense is doing their job. The state's got the issue of having a case they can't present well. So
We found Exhibit 34, and so we're going to come at break. We'll come back to Exhibit 34. You also took photographs.
Puppy. Hey, Bubba.
Of the outside of the property, right? With the tree?
That's correct.
And some, I believe, some weathered shell casings. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show Defense Counsel, Government Exhibit 46. You took photographs of the outside where the tree branch was, right, Detective?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show Government Exhibit 46, and I have Bates numbers 1614 to 1656. Detective, as she's, oh, I don't want to distract.
No objections, Your Honor.
46 was Bates numbers.
Exhibit 46 was admitted.
Detective, I'm going to show you. We'll just put it on. This is just to remind you what 46 is. I'm just going to show you a couple photographs from this, okay?
That's fine.
First, I'm going to show you permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
That's a picture of what, Detective?
That is a picture of the horse that was located inside the paddock, which shows 2 ladders on the first fence line.
And just so the jury knows, what is a paddock?
It's a piece of property that's fenced in between 2 fence lines just to keep horses, cows, that is saturated to a certain area for a certain time.
Fenced in, right?
That's correct.
I'll also show you, and just so you know, that's Exhibit 46, image base number 1629. We have a reference here. I'm going to show you Exhibit 46, base number 1646. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What's that photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the rear of the residence. You can see the first fence line. Right behind the fence line is the smoker. And then you show the back of the residence.
And there's a canine in this picture?
Yeah, to the left bottom, there's a black canine.
I'm going to show you a picture, base number 1649, same exhibit. What's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of one of the branches, trees located within the paddock.
You also took photographs of the victim at the autopsy, right?
That's correct.
We show Defense Counsel, Government Exhibit 72.
This shit's gonna make the judge mad here too. Just these silences. Just not ready.
72 is admitted.
You also did interviews of Miss Wanda and the defendant, right? Miss Wanda Kelly and the defendant, right?
That's correct.
It sounds like you're going to move into a new area right now. Is that right? So that's a good time to take our mid-morning break. All right. It's 9:45. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. I'll stay here with the lawyers. We'll come back about 10:05, depending on how long this takes for me to talk to them. We'll be in recess until about 10:05. Thank you. Excuse the jury. Enough of a break.
All right, guys, we are skipping ahead. It's been a half-hour time travel. I mean, look, nobody's there. Nobody cares. I mean, literally, there's nobody in this courtroom, and I'm surprised every time they've shown this view. It's you'd think people would be like concerned what's going on.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, there's a lot of importance here, but yeah.
When did you step out? Yeah. All right. Okay. Just stiffen up. Take a walk.
Is she wearing cowboy boots today? Oh, yeah, she is.
Sorry, just stiffen up. Take a walk.
George Kelly's wearing old man shoes. Got his old man vest on. Look, he's even got the old man setup. He's got like his glasses.
Wait,
And then he's got his glasses.
did we miss the walkout?
Not yet. I think we're getting to the it's on cross.
Agent.
Was that Dolly?
Chat's saying you skipped it. I don't know if you did.
I skipped it? What? Where did I see? When did
It's during the proffer, I guess. So
Yeah, that hasn't happened yet.
is it happening now?
Oh shit. Oh, that was going. Oh, hold on here. All right.
Whoops.
Oh, my bad, chat. Here we go. I thought it was during cross. All right, that's where he walks out. All right. It hasn't happened because you skipped it. Well, if I didn't watch it, does it happen? It's very philosophical.
Ms. Larkin, you said you wanted to make an offer of proof concerning Detective Barba. You can do so. The court reporter and the clerk will remain in the courtroom to record your offer of proof.
Judge, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Cool. So in addition
This is where I'd say let the record reflect that the judge left the courtroom. I would just put that on the record and then keep going.
to obtaining testimony about the false report provided by Ramon, the cross-examination was going to continue to explore inconsistencies between Ramon and Daniel
Wait,
in
so
terms
she's
of the inconsistencies that they've made with each other.
Yeah, well, this is a proffer. You're allowed to do this. You're allowed to say, like, here's what I would have
doesn't
shown.
the judge have to be there?
I mean, he's supposed to. This is him having a fucking bitch fit. But it's still being put on the record. The court reporter's typing it up, so it's
Okay.
getting on the record. So, like, I don't know. There's not much else you can't not do. So
Did he have to go to the bathroom?
no, he's just being an asshole. He's just
Okay.
tired. He doesn't like. He thinks the state's jerk, or he thinks the defense is jerking it along, and it's like, that's his way of saying he disapproves of what the defense is doing.
As well as inconsistencies that their statements were with the physical evidence. The cross-examination was going to further explore the interview that took place with Daniel in Mexico, including exploring inconsistent statements between what he told investigators in that interview and what he testified to in trial in this case. That interview is going to continue to explore the fact that Daniel provided a false name to law enforcement in this case. And the cross-examination would also go into generally the shell casing testing that was ordered, the forensic testing that could have been ordered, the forensic testing that was not ordered, and further exploring the double standard between the way these so-called witnesses were evaluated versus the way that Mr. Kelly was evaluated. And the cross-examination would continue to explore the inadequacy in this investigation in terms of interviewing people who came forward, who placed themselves at the crime scene as possible suspects. That's it.
Wait a minute.
And we just want to make a further record, sorry, Denise, you okay? Make a further record that the fact that our cross-examination was significantly limited violates Mr. Kelly's right to confrontation of these witnesses and due process.
Yeah, that's just
This
him.
is-
That was the judge having a temper tantrum.
So weird.
Yeah, he had a bitch fit. So,
I should have waited till he come back to do the proffer.
well, the judge ain't coming back till like, well, if you do it, you wait that long. Oh boy.
You know, just for procedure, we're just gonna have,
The presence of all the jurors, Mr. Jetty's here for the state, and defense counsel and the defendant.
Now,
are
I will
present.
say that's
Witness can
been
retake the stand.
preserved for the
we
record.
call
though.
Agent Tercy, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We're calling. Looks like we're ready. Ready?
Agent Tercy, I just showed you, again, Government Exhibit 146 and 147, which corresponds to items 3AF and 6AF. You see those? Did you have an opportunity to review those?
Yes,
An opportunity to verify that that's the images you reviewed earlier?
I did.
You're going to move to admit Government Exhibit 146 and 147 to evidence?
Noticed his initials, so no objection now.
146 and 147 are admitted.
And no more questions?
And thank you, sir. Thanks for your patience. You can step down. Your excuse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Oh, wait, hold on.
Cross.
Hold on.
they added something to it. Do I have a right to cross that?
Okay, sure. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. I'm just grabbing a couple of photos. Can you get these marked here?
Yes, you may.
Agent, I'd like to go ahead and show you 3 exhibits that are now marked as triple K, defense triple K, defense triple L, and defense triple M. Okay, would you take a look at these? Yes. And you can just look at them at the table there. Also, show the jurors in. Just take a look at it. Okay. Are you able to identify these 3 photos?
The location?
Are you able to identify, is this something that would have came from your surveillance?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I don't have access to your surveillance equipment, do I?
No, you do not.
Okay, so this had been provided on some of the videos that you, maybe within these 2 videos that has been already entered into evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so these accurately depict you possibly during this time period, looking around for anyone that might be located in this area, based on this call, correct?
This is a separate area from the area of the call.
It's your cameras though, correct?
Correct.
It's provided to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what area is this call?
This is actually, these subjects are climbing up to a road called Bordone Loop, which is going to be, I'm going to call it northeast of Aloha Loop, where it meets Aurora.
Okay, do these photos accurately depict that?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to enter all 3 exhibits into evidence. I've already showed the statement.
Without objection, exhibits triple K, triple L, and triple M are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, what are the dates on these 3 photos?
1/30/2023, 1/30/2023, and 1/30/2023. And they're all about within 2 minutes of each other.
What time?
6:08:04 to 6:09 and 22 seconds. PM.
Okay. In the evening?
Yes, PM.
And about, do you know how far this location is from Mr. Kelly's ranch?
I would approximately it's probably close to 7 miles
Okay.
to the
Now-
west.
Are these appear to be young men?
I mean, I can't tell. I would assume that they are men, but I mean, I can't definitely tell from the images.
Okay. Do they appear to be carrying backpacks?
One of them looks like he has a small pack on his back, and the other two do not.
And were you able to check the other folks? Do they approach a road?
Yes.
Do they approach ultimately, if you recall, Border Patrol intercepting at least 2 of them?
I don't recall that exactly. There's several operators that operate these camera systems, so it might have been a different operator at the time.
Well,
of
why
these.
would different operators put these on our evidence if this is what you're capturing for our case?
I
You don't
don't know. No.
So you're speculating when you say that, and you're speculating the distance a little bit. You don't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm approximating the distance,
Okay.
but
All right. Now, these look like healthy people that are out there hiking this terrain, correct?
they don't appear to be injured. No.
They don't appear to be heavyweight people. They look like they're physically fit just from appearance from this.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Can I have the photos?
Mhm.
They're a little large, Judge. So can I just pass them amongst the jurors to look at?
Any objection? Yes, you may.
Thank you. So the problem is there were people out there. Should I wait, Judge?
No, you're on.
There were people out there, and now this could have been almost 3 hours later from the incident, and there are people out there on the move amongst others that could be out there, correct?
Yes, I mean, we would typically encounter several groups of illegal aliens a shift.
So the fact that you can't show us anything on the ranch, only around the areas outside of the ranch, means the camera system offers no definite assistance in this case, correct?
I mean, that's for you guys to decide if it offers a sentence or not.
So we do know there were people there. We just don't have anything that supports or doesn't support this case as far as his ranch is concerned, correct?
As far as my video footage, yes.
And if there was interception, and I watched the video, and jurors can always try to play it, it's very lengthy and hard to deal with, but there were interception of Border Patrol to these people when they got to the road, you would think there would be an incident report made? Is that a procedure that Border Patrol would do based on your knowledge and training?
Yes, every apprehension is recorded through usually 2 different databases or systems that we use to record apprehensions: location, dates, times, and agents involved.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
I'm just going to collect the evidence.
Thank you. Again, jurors, we publish that now because it's in the context of, you just heard the testimony. You'll have that exhibit that's been admitted along with all other exhibits that are admitted when you retire to deliberate. You may go.
Agent Tercey, you received a phone call from Border Patrol Agent Marcel on the January 30th.
Yes,
Approximately what time was that again?
2:30 p.m.
And after that phone call, did you manually move cameras over to the location where the incident
I did.
reported to you?
I did.
Any capturing of anyone other than Border Patrol, SO, or Mr. Kelly?
No, not in the immediate area.
And if those photos that were just shown to you, those photos are from a distance away, right?
Yeah, it's a good distance away.
And do you know, if you know, when we ask Border Patrol for all surveillance along this region, we ask for everything? Do you know if that's what our request was?
Yes, and typically when we pull the footage, we'll pull it before the incident, a good amount of time after it, and we'll pull all the cameras that could possibly see that area.
We ask for it all, and then we give it all.
Correct.
You know- all right. No more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for this witness, many members of the jury? Very well. Seeing none, can this witness now be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you again for your patience. I can take those. I'll give them to the clerk and you excuse. Thank you. I'll give the exhibits to the clerk, and I think we're recalling Detective James. All right, very well. Yes, please. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission for some leeway for the witness to put some gloves on. We're going to go through some physical evidence.
Yes, sir.
Detective Ianza, can you step down and put some gloves on for me? Or need some scissors? Thank you. We're going to start off, Detective Ianza, with item number 16JA. I'll get the exhibit numbers once we start using them. 16JA back there. Exhibit 78, I'm sorry. Just go ahead and open that for me.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
78. 78. 78. 78. Detective, that we're not going to have. It's not show and tell this time because we're just going to make sure we move to admit everything. Is that the backpack that you photographed or someone photographed on the day of?
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, we should get the microphone.
For the culture.
It's been admitted, right? I want you to, can you hold that backpack up real quick? I know there's items in it. We'll keep the items in it. Is it zipped? Detective, on that backpack, is there any damage on that backpack other than the cut straps?
The only damage is those straps that were cut by Sergeant Rodriguez.
I want you to take your time, review it. Is there any bullet holes, bullet strikes anywhere on that backpack?
Actually, when I was photographing this backpack during my processing, I did not notice any other damages aside from the straps being cut.
And as you review it now, no damage, right?
Damage other than the straps that were cut.
All right, you can put that back in the bag. I believe Exhibit 78 has already been admitted. You can take it back over there to the table. We're looking for Exhibit 79.
Apologize for the interruption, but can I have, before you tie it up, can I have a refresher what's in that bag, please?
It's the backpack and belonging inside the backpack.
Can we just,
Sure.
does the court mind if I view it real quick?
No, I was just going to suggest that. Go ahead.
And this is all admitted, correct?
Yes.
And would it be okay if we just pull one out and then put it back in and then I'll
Just
know?
go, why don't you just go take a look at it? How about that?
Want to get some gloves for her? Can you go get some gloves for her in case she wants to?
Wants to touch it.
And just for the record, I've got April 4th as the date that Exhibit 78 was admitted. I guess I'm
Are you just asking to verify that?
I'm just
That's
checking
okay.
to verify.
It is admitted?
It is admitted.
Backpack has been out already, Judge.
April 4th, Your Honor. And just so we have a clean record, Exhibit 78 also contains the fanny pack. Can you bundle that and bring it back over? I want you to stand over there and just look at exhibit number 79. Open that exhibit just to yourself. I want to see if you recognize what's in that exhibit. Yes, please. And I think this has been admitted already. I want to verify on April 4th. Okay. Your Honor, will move to have him publish again.
I don't remember what it is.
It's the wallet. I'm sorry. It's the
Wallet?
victim's wallet.
Granted.
Can you go, detective? Can you go to the jury? It's already been admitted, detective. So, and walk and open the bill and just, so you can take the cash out of there too and just show the jury. Listen, exhibit 79. And detective, as you put that back, how many pesos are in there? What's the total currency value? That's what I should ask you. 1640 pesos, 1,640 pesos.
That's correct.
All right, you can put that in the wallet and return it back to the item. We'll have you seal up later, so. The clerk should have exhibit 80 for you. And this is when I want you to open it without, don't show it to the jury. I want you to open it and tell me what's inside that. I want you to open it. And what's inside there? It's a clear bag. What's inside there?
Black and color Kenwood radio.
Is that the radio found with the victim?
Yes.
Counsel is, if wants to go up, we're going to move to admit Government Exhibit 80 into evidence. Is that what appears to be a radio?
Yeah.
Move to admit Government Exhibit 80 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 80 is admitted. Granted.
Publish in front of the jury box for me. Thank you, Detective. You can put that back in the bag for me. Next time I'll show you Government Exhibit 81, which I show as admitted on 4-4. All right. Open that for me and you can permission to publish to the jury.
What is it?
It's the phone. It's the cell phone of the victim.
Granted.
You can publish. I can help you out. I'm showing you on the ground there, Exhibit 82. Can you put on the, bring it over to the table? And I'm gonna have you open it. I want you to, we're gonna look inside. We're gonna identify some items, okay?
Are these admitted already?
Oh. Wait, hold on, we'll just keep this one. Which one is this one?
He's like,
It's-
well, what are
it's
we
the
doing?
112,
I
that's
don't
fine.
know.
The 112.
Is it admitted yet?
No.
Is that Cosby in the gallery? No.
All right, Jeff, go ahead and open that for me. So I believe, just for the record, 112 is the actual box, which we're not moving. I guess we have to admit the box, but item 112.1 is the jacket. A jacket, the clerk's going to give you the jacket, has been admitted on April 2nd. Detective Hines, I want you to look in box one. You can put that down. Put that down. I want you to look in the box 112 because this is the other items belonging to the victim. I want you to, you recognize those items and let Miss Kathy, let Kathy take a peek in there to verify what you're, oh, you have to, there's envelopes, right? All right. Let's do one at a time, Detective. Pull one of those out. Move the box kind of to the, block the jury a little bit. Right here. Which item are you pulling out? 43.5 JA. We'll call that 112.2. And take a look inside there and show counsel. What does that appear to be? We're going to move to admit, I'm sorry, does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Government Exhibit 112.2.
No objection.
112.2 is admitted.
You can keep it there since everyone's up there. Just move that to the side. Pull out the next one for me. right, do the same procedure with counsel. What does that appear to be, Detective? I'm gonna move to admit government exhibit, we'll call it 112.3. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sorry. Pull out the next one for me.
112.3 is admitted. That's right.
43.6J.
Detective, what does that appear to be? Your Honor,
No objection.
Move to admit government exhibit 112.4.
112.4 is admitted.
We'll publish at the end, Your Honor. We're just economizing. Next one.
Are these purported to be items that the victim was wearing
That's correct, Your Honor.
or what were in the backpack
Items he was wearing, Your Honor.
he was wearing?
He's wearing. Huh?
All right.
Items he's wearing.
43.4J.
What does that appear to be, Detective?
The black hoodie sweatshirt.
Oh my God, chat. Ah,
Government exhibit 112.5, and that's sweatpants, correct?
Black and color.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
No objection.
112.5 is admitted.
If you need to put some of those on the ground to give you more room on the table, Detective.
43.2J. I should cut the description of your back there. Just say it.
Sure, you can. I want you, don't worry about it. Just open it up the same procedure. And when you look inside, I want you to verify what's inside. What does that be? What does that item appear to be?
The brown color, tan color pants. A little on the brown color.
You're under permission to admit 112.6.
No objection.
112.6 is admitted.
43.9J.
What does that item appear to be, Detective?
These are the tan color tactical boots.
The boots?
Yes.
Move to admit government exhibit 112.7.
No objection.
112.7 is admitted.
43.8J.
oh my
What does that appear
God.
to be, Detective?
Brown leather belt.
You're going to move to admit government exhibit 112.8.
No objection.
112.8 is admitted.
43.3J.
That's the last item in the box, right?
This is.
What does that item appear to be, Detective?
It's a brown color. Multi-cam, well, it's a wool and camo shirt.
Camo shirt? Move to government exhibit 112.9.
Just for the record, there was, upon viewing, some flakes that came off of it. It was collected and put in a separate bag. So I'm agreeing to the jacket at this time.
Sure.
So there's no objection.
It's not a jacket, it's a shirt.
It's a
correct?
shirt.
It's the undergarment shirt.
The shirt, yes. So no objection to the shirt.
Thank you.
Right.
112.9 is admitted.
We're going to do some publishing real quick, Kathy. So if you want to settle back in. Yeah, settle back in. All right, I wrote down some of the items, and I'm not going to show the socks or the briefs. I want to look at, once you clear that, we'll start with the one that's on the table. Then, so clear those off. No, the one that's open right now. You want permission to publish as we go?
Granted.
All right, so detective, that's 112.9. That's the last item we looked at. That's your item 43.JA, right? All right, I want you to take it out and keep it over the table there. If you can display it for us. Display whatever's easier for you, the back or the front, but let me know which side you're displaying. I want you to show the front to the jury. And is there a hole in that shirt? Where is that hole in the front?
May I come closer, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I don't want to take a seat.
This is just ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Kathy, I didn't mean to boot you to your table.
I got to get going. Thanks for
All right.
inviting me. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks,
it.
Dolly. I'm sorry you're listening to these guys fuck around in here with this, but
No worries.
let's get to the judge wander off.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Are you going to be over on Hella's in
Yeah.
a little bit? Okay. Yeah, guys, hearsay for days. Dolly will be over there starting at 4.
Yep.
So thanks
So
for being here, Dolly.
Yep. Thanks for the invite. See you
Yep.
later. Bye, guys.
I'm looking for an exit wound, detective. Is there an exit wound hole in the shirt?
This is just, the briefs, the Pelican briefs.
Detective, as she's doing it, can you help clear that path for her? Thank you, detective. Before you want you to flip it and let counsel review the backside too, before we publish the backside, we just do it since she's up here.
And while she's doing that, counsel, I have a question. Ordinarily, in cases such as this, there's a identification of evidence to be presented at trial by each side and access to that evidence given by each side. Has that been done with respect to these
Yes, Your
items in this case? Right, so these have previously been inspected as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thanks.
Hey, detective, can you hold that up and show the backside to the jury? And is there an entry wound on the back? Where is that located on the sweatshirt or the shirt? Give me a relationship to the armpit. Thank you, detective, and thank you, Kathy, for helping out. No, I'm done. You can put that away. And you want to clean up real quick, detective? Next, I want to find those. If you want to put that in the bag and just put that back in the box for me, detective. The big box. Just put that in the big box and keep it away. I'm looking for, I thought I wrote this down as 43.2 JA, the pants, which is government exhibit 112.6. Can you make sure those are the outside pants? Can you take those out? As you found the victim, so we understand the dress layering. What time of year is the shooting happening?
Late January,
Wintertime. Wintertime?
wintertime.
And the shirt we saw was a shirt and it was a jacket that was over that shirt, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now these are pants. Was there this one layer of pants on the legs or 2 layers of pants on the legs? I know, but how many layers were on the victim? How many layers were on the victim?
There was 2.
2. We had sweatpants, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to show you the outside pants. Those are the outside pants?
These are the outside pants.
Hold them up for the jury, front and back. We've used terms of tactical pants, or would it be cargo pants?
These are cargo pants.
Okay. I'm done with that once Kathy's done with that. You can put that back in them.
Those books have been probably bought
And
for
you can put all
years
the other
and
items
years and
except for
years, guys.
43. I'm sorry, except for 112.1. That was the jacket. So you can put the other ones back in. the
Yes,
box.
Stephen, that is 100% a real bookshelf. Gabrielle's saying, what's happening? They are in the process of, you have to show chain of custody for these exhibits. And he's going to say, these are all the things I collected. I found them on the dead guy. They're not showing them to the jury yet. Eventually, they're going to at some point and show all the stuff he was wearing. And look, evil George Kelly murdered him. But that's why it's all being done and not being displayed to the jury. But the defense attorney's standing there. So here's the prosecutor, here's the defense attorney, and they're standing there watching this detective when he's like right here playing with all that crap, or when he's like right here playing with all that crap, so she can see it and make sure it's good. But that's where we're at. This is kind of a perfunctory stage. This is a boring part they have to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. The boots. Can you get 43.9 out? Sorry about that.
Daisy girl, thank you
Boots.
for coming.
Thank you. Let's do that for the jury. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. But yes, guys, those books on the bookshelf
Go
are
ahead and publish to the jury.
100% real, and they've been around forever.
You can get closer a little bit so you can see. And also the soul too, detective.
So yes, very real, very, very real.
Thank you, detective. Counsel, you done? You can put those back in the bag, detective. And so we saw the undershirt, and I just want to put the 2 pieces together. Can you show 112.1, which is the jacket? And that was admitted on April 2nd. I really want to show the backside, detective. So let's show the jury the backside. Highlight the entry wound for me, or the entry hole.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yes, he is actually showing the jury.
Does that appear to be the same
Smart.
location as the shirt? 112.9?
Yes.
So
Thank you, detective. I'm done.
this
if
is the final.
counsel's done.
They're waving the bloody shirts now. The girl that just walked in.
You can put that back and then
you
clean up
will
that table
be-
for me.
I'm confused what you mean, Ghoul.
the record, I'm now showing you government exhibit 82, which is labeled 17JA. Is that correct, Detective? Can you put the box up on the table and do the same thing? Move the box towards the side. Go ahead and open it. I'm sorry. I want you to pull out 17.1 JA, which is government exhibit 83, which was admitted on April 2nd. 17.1 JA. Oh, it came.
17.1 J.
Government exhibit 83. Those are the boots. Can you just open that, make sure it's the boots in there? Those are boots belonging to the defendant. So we just got done looking at victim clothes. We're going to look at just a few items of the defendant's clothes. It's been admitted, but boots? All right, we don't have to show them. I just want to make sure that's what it is. So you can put 83 back on the ground. Find 17.5 JA for me. Lift with your legs. Which is government exhibit 87 for the record. Oh, detective, to your right. Yeah. It's been admitted on 4-4. Just make sure what those are. Can you open that? You recognize those items in there, detective?
Yes, I do.
What are those items?
These are yellow and color leather work gloves.
Belonging to who?
Mr. Cap.
Can you take them out? Those are gloves he was wearing on January 30th?
Yes.
Those have been admitted. You can put that back in the bag for me. Show the jury real quick. So just show the jury. All right, put those back in the bag for me. We only have a couple more items. Go ahead. I want you to find 17.7 for me. 17.7 JA, which is government exhibit 89. She has the clerk, because they've already been messed with, so. Detective. Huh? Admitted. Admitted. On April 4th. Go ahead and pull them out. Yeah, admit. Those are the jeans of the defendant on the day of?
Yes.
Go ahead and hold them up for me, for the jury. Front and back. Thank you, detective. And you still got, I should have done this on 83. Go back to 83, the boots. I want you to take those out and show the jury for me. This is the defendant's boots, right?
Yes.
I want you to publish the jury like you did with the victim's boots. That's government exhibit 83 being shown to the jury. Thank you, detective. Put those back in the bag, and there's only one more item in that box. And you collected socks and briefs and stuff from the defendant, right? You collected things like socks and undergarments from the defendant too?
Yeah.
All right, but I'm gonna show you the shirt. This has not been admitted, so if you want to bring that box back up and do the same thing, I'm looking for your item number 17.8. what's inside that bag? Does that appear to be what the defendant was wearing on the night of?
Yes.
Move to admit. What do you want me to call this, ma'am?
It's exhibit 90. It should have
Oh, I'm sorry, it is. Exhibit 90. Move to admit Exhibit 90. I'm sorry.
No objection.
Exhibit 90 is admitted.
Can you go ahead and take it out? You can take the. We'll move to publish, Your Honor. So can you walk the jury box front and back?
Granted.
Is this the outside? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
This is the outside garment of the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, detective, you can put that. I'm done with it. If you want to put all the items back in that box. And you can bring it back over there. I have one more for you, counselor. I'm going to show you government exhibit 111. And it has not been admitted, so I want you to open it and let counsel look inside. Detective, you recognize the items in that?
Yes.
Move to admit government exhibit 111.
No objection.
111 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Can you go ahead and take the items out? Okay, I'm done for right now. Thank you. So inside government exhibit 111 is what appears to be like a Ziploc bag. What's in that bag?
There's a white color chain with a cross. There's a white and color chain with a cross, a blue cell phone charger, and Mexican currency and monedas or currency, what we call in the U.S. dimes, nickels, but these are Mexican currencies.
Coins are the
Coins.
currency. Okay. And those are the victim's items found on his person?
Yes, these were on his person.
And you collected them?
These were collected actually by the personnel at the autopsy, then were handed to me.
Okay. And you watched that whole process?
Yes.
All right. You can put that back in the bag for me, detective. You can hand it back. And you can take a seat, finally. I'm going to show you government exhibit 57 and 131 through 133. First, I'm going to show you government exhibit 57. Permission to approach?
Granted.
Detective, you recognize government exhibit 57?
Yes, I do.
Is your initials on government exhibit 57?
Yes, they are.
What is government exhibit 57?
It's a black and color USB or thumb drive.
Do you know what's contained on that thumb drive?
It's a synced interview with Mr. Kelly.
When you say synced, what are you referring to?
It's got subtitles at the bottom.
And what language?
English.
All right, but you guys, your interview was in English, right?
That's correct.
Move to admit government exhibit 57 into evidence. I'm sorry.
May I take this witness?
Yes,
Some questioning in reference to this?
yes.
Okay. So you mentioned synced.
That's what it is, synced. That's the wording.
Who did that?
I don't have an answer for that. I was just told to review it and that it was synced.
Then therefore, Your Honor, I'll object to the state's Exhibit 57 as being altered, and he cannot authenticate it. Here you go.
Want to ask some more questions?
Sure.
All right, so sustained absent further foundation.
You watched the interview,
Yes, I did.
and you're the one that did the interview.
Yes.
And did you watch the transcription that was embedded into the interview, the video,
I watched the whole video in its entirety. Yes, I did.
and the transcription?
Yes.
Were they in conformity with each other?
Yes.
They match?
Yes.
Your Honor, I make an avowal it was also done by a licensed transcriber too, Your Honor.
Where is that certification, Your Honor? I just need a copy of it so I can agree.
Is that your objection, or do you have any other objection?
Again, it's altered not by him, and so I'm going to continue that objection.
The objection is overruled. And remember, and this is part of the reason why it's overruled, but instruction to the jury, this is a recording, it's a video recording, correct? And the evidence is what you hear from the recording. Apparently the transcription that has been synced is there again, it's for demonstrative purposes. So what you read, if you read it, is for demonstrative purposes. If that is not consistent with what you hear on the video or the recording, then the recording and what you hear is the evidence, right? So the evidence is the recording, what you
Yeah,
hear from
like
the
they're
voices.
syncing up the dubbing and all that.
Yeah, subtitles are just there to assist you for demonstrative purposes. But if what you hear is different from what's transcribed, what you hear controls. With that, the objection's overruled.
They tell me
The
to show you government
exhibits, what is that, 57?
57.
All right, thank you, Blair. Being 57, with that is admitted.
I'm gonna show you government exhibit 131. This is the first clip.
No objections?
That was 131.
This 131.
Without objection, 131 is admitted. You hadn't offered it. Have you offered it yet?
Let me just make sure you
Yeah,
testify
yeah.
to it.
Yeah, let's lay some. So it'll be admitted, providing that additional foundation is laid.
Detective, what does it say exhibit 131?
It is a CD. It's white in color. You can see the brand name on it, but it has my initials. And it says first clip.
First clip of Miss Wanda Kelly.
That's correct.
Thank you, Detective. And you reviewed that?
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
You reviewed the disc?
Yes, I did.
Does that appear to be what you're, let me back up. You interviewed Miss Wanda Kelly, right?
Yes, I did.
Does that appear to be a clip of the interview you had with Miss Wanda Kelly?
Yes, it is.
All right, 57 is admitted.
It's 113.
Hold on. Did you have any other objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, exhibit 57 is admitted.
131.
Oh, I'm sorry, 131. Thank you.
May I have exhibit 2? I believe exhibit 59 has already been admitted, right? Okay. I have March 26th? Okay, thank you.
In reference to item states number 2, I object to the whole, but it would be agreeable to part. This is hearsay, but would agree to page 2, which is noted as the number 38 at the bottom. And that part I would not object, the rest I do.
Here, I'm gonna show you the time to approach you.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is. So right. Counsel for the defense, what was the problematic pages? Now that I have it in front of me.
The second page from the top, I'm okay with. The rest, I'm not okay as just hearsay items. It's called a bookend form.
That's the one that you have no objection to.
That's correct.
All right. You want to respond? No, I have it in front of me. I've reviewed it. Do you want to respond?
It's the entire booking form, Your Honor. It's complete.
All right. And the objections overruled. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
As to States 59, it's admitted. Okay, so you're just showing it to me. As to State 66, object under foundation, not proper witness.
I was showing first and now lay foundation.
Let me just take a look at it so I know what it is. This is 66. Thank you, sir.
Same objection to states, is this 67 or 61?
All right, let me put 66. I'll give 66 to the witness. And this is 67?
Correct, Your Honor.
67 before the witness?
Yes, thank you.
You said you were going to ask additional questions before offering the exhibit. Did I hear you correctly? All right, so I'll wait until I hear the additional questions and answers to the questions before I rule on the objection.
Detective, so we can go in sequential order. State exhibit number 2. It's in front of you, right on top.
Yes.
That's a booking form. Do you recognize that, right?
Yes, I do.
Booking form of the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And then exhibit 59, do you recognize exhibit 59 as being a voicemail from Mr. Kelly to Border Patrol Agent Morcell?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to look at 66 and 67. Government exhibit 66, is that an ATT carrier warrant return
Yes, it is.
for the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Is that how you received it
Yes, it is.
from the carrier?
That's correct.
And did you actually prepare the subpoena for, or the search warrant for the carrier?
Yes, I did.
You're going to move to admit government exhibit 66 into evidence?
May I revisit that evidence again?
Oh, sure, I'll grab it.
All of it? Just, no, thank you. No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to 66 with an additional reason. There is no affidavit from the custodian of records that regularly keeps this record to prove up that it's a true, authenticated, complete copy of what was requested by the subpoena, and therefore this witness would not be proper to allow me crossing to make sure it is complete.
That item was submitted, and we don't usually attach that to the exhibit, and that goes to the weight, and this is the exhibit that the detective can testify to as a return from the carrier.
Well, without me seeing that authentication, which is required by the rule, then the objection is sustained.
Pending additional foundation, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take 67 back from you, too. Same issue as 67.
So same ruling as to exhibit 67.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, you also are familiar with an AK-47 in this case, right?
That's correct.
And you sat here at table, we're not gonna bring it out, but you sat here at table and saw that AK-47?
Yes, I did multiple times.
Government Exhibit 101?
Yes,
And you also seen and heard in her testimony about Government Exhibit 101.1, which are the shell casings, right?
that's correct.
Test fired by the expert.
That's correct.
Just for the record, 101. And 101 was admitted on March 26th, and 101.1 was admitted on April 9th. Okay. You also reviewed, do you have Exhibit 74, ma'am? You also looked at spent shell casings in this case, right?
That's correct.
Those spent shell casings were found on site
Yes, they were.
at the defendant's property?
Yes, they were.
You took photographs of those?
Yes, we did.
God, we were just dragging this fucking thing along. Come on.
I'm showing you what's marked as Government Exhibit 74. And it's been admitted on April 2nd?
Yes.
All right. Yep, go ahead and open that for me.
Apologize, sweaty hands.
Detected that item 74 has previously been admitted, so you can take it out. What does that appear to be?
Spent shell casing.
Do you know what item number that is?
It says 1JA.
Do you know where that is at the scene?
This was located at the rear edge, right-hand side of the porch.
I think we have like a nice color tableau here. Is that the blue circle or the yellow circle?
That would be the blue circle.
All right, we'll see photos in a sec, but you can put that back in the envelope. Just so we're getting done with the shell casings, you also have Government Exhibits 103 to 110, the other envelopes. Just open up one of them and tell me which item it is.
This will be Exhibit 107 to 110. State exhibit.
Are these spent shell casings also found on scene?
Yes, they were.
And using our color tableau, we have the blue circle and the yellow circle. Which one?
These were located in the yellow circle.
And you've seen testimony already about that, Detective, right?
Yes.
Those are the same shell casings you took photos of?
Yes.
You can put that back in the envelope. Next time I'll show you Government Exhibit 102, which has not been admitted. So I'm gonna have you open that box. And counsel has full reign to look inside.
Yes, yes.
Counsel asked you to open the bag? I'm fine. Yeah,
It's double, triple back.
I'm fine.
Are you offering it?
Why will be setting foundation here? Detective, what's 102?
This is a black and color magazine with live ammunition.
And where'd you find that?
This was inside, well, actually adapted to the AK-47.
It's what I didn't hear it.
It was placed on the AK-47 chamber where you chamber the magazine.
That's actually the magazine that was in the chamber when you recover the gun.
Yes, it is.
So government exhibit 101, that's the magazine that was located, actually inserted into the weapon.
Yes, sir.
Moved. Huh? What did I say? Oh, I meant the gun with 101. So I'm going to move to admit government exhibit 102 into evidence.
No objections.
Exhibit 102 is admitted.
I'm done up there, counselor. I'm done. If you want to stay up there with me?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and take that out of the box for me? Can you hold it up so the jury can see? Actually, permission for him to walk and publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
There's 2 items.
That's fine. Thank you, Detective. When you get back seated up there, can you tell me what the brand of one of the rounds are?
The brand is identified as Wolf.
Spelled WOLF?
That's correct.
Is there a cartridge size or?
It's 7.62 by 39.
I can collect that. Let me collect those for you. We're going to finish up with some photos. You had an opportunity to review Government Exhibit 117. Those are the photos. I'm going to show counsel. Those are the photos that we scroll through.
That's correct.
And for the court's record, in compliance with the previous order, we have eliminated certain photos.
So there's 2 discs in one.
There's 2.
Yes.
Are they both in the same number? They say on them.
So it's my understanding they've deleted what was discussed. Do I need to proof it up, or the court satisfied with that they did?
I mean, we're officers of the court, Your Honor.
Well, I just, for point of clarification, there were some photos that were objectionable and some that weren't. I doubt that they've been deleted from the disk, right?
They have been there.
They have been?
I deleted them.
Can we go on headset, Your Honor? Oh, well,
Well, all right.
Come on. Guys, we're trying to hurry up here.
Until council's had further opportunity to examine the subject exhibit. So we'll return to that later. You may proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you, I think, we admitted 46, right?
Yes. Yes, that's how it should be, but not for the rest of
I don't want
us.
to duplicate.
Deleted evidence.
Did you say 46 or
Yes,
146?
46.
Like, I'm
I had that
surprised, but
admitted,
it's how
wanted to make
it's
sure.
how prosecutors
It was
work.
done earlier this morning. Okay. And 72?
Yes.
72, isn't it? Just 1 second, Your Honor. Let me just check with counsel real quick, Your Honor, I think. I think we can break, Your Honor. I think.
All right, good. All right, so we're going to take a recess. Now, as I mentioned to you yesterday, this afternoon, we're going to do, and Detective, you can step down if you want. You're welcome to stay, obviously. All right, so we're going to do a site visit this afternoon. We're going to recess. I'm going to ask you to be back in the jury room at 1:15. So we're recessing a little early. You'll have an hour and a half of lunch. Be in the jury room at 1:15. The bus is leaving at 1:30. If you're not on the bus, you miss the bus, okay? Now, this has have to be a very strictly controlled situation. Think of it as the fact that, think of what we're doing as taking this courtroom and taking it out to the Kelly Ranch, all right? So all the same rules still apply. We're just having a movable courtroom for purposes this afternoon. So when you go out there, all the rules that we previously discussed apply. There are 14 different locations that the parties have identified and agreed to that you will see. You're going to get something that's like the key to a map. It just says 1 through 14, and it says what these locations are in a very objective,
Okay, yeah.
someone's going to lead you. Go. Our hope is, with time permitting, they'll is going to give you notebooks or something like that, so you can take notes. See what you're going to do, write them down in your notebook. If there are questions, we may come back into court the next day and answer those questions here. It just depends if you have questions and what they are, and if there's something else you want to see, it depends what it is. So keep that in mind as you're walking around. You'll have other disruptions or interferences with your ability and our ability to do this in an orderly manner. Okay, so that's what that security is all about. You're going to be put on a van, and someone from our court administration is going to drive you there separately. We'll travel there separately. I think they're planning bring some refreshments to sustain yourself. Now, concerning the visit, we'll discuss some of the other little logistics that I think might be an issue of how we're going to move them from 1 to 14. But for purposes of informing the jury, anything else from counsel? Nope. All right.
I don't know, Your Honor, if it was discussed, the person that's going to walk the jurors to the different station.
We're going to discuss that out of the presence.
Outside the presence. Thank you.
But thanks for bringing it up. All right. 1:15 back to the jury room. I'm going to stay here to iron out some details with the counsel, and we'll see you at 1:15. You're excused until then.
Oh, so there we go, chat. We got to see the hissy. We got to see the temper tantrum.
Doors closed, the jurors absent. I thought about that issue some more. We're talking about the issue of how the jurors are going to be led from locations 1 through 14. Now, I don't have any problem with counsel, and the court and the bailiff, court security being. Yesterday, I said I didn't want us anywhere near them.
All right, guys, we're gonna skip. We're gonna try to clip through this part real quick, see if there's anything important.
And it's going to be talking like that inside the.
It's the far end of the driveway because
He can stop at that green gate and they will have to the barn. I can direct them through the right gate and stop at the right point.
All right. When are you going up there?
Oh, we can hear George talk.
I'm asking if I won't say a word, if I can direct them through the right gate and stop at the right point.
All right. When are you going up there? You'll be leaving the escort? All right. Someone is going to be. All right. So.
Judge, I can be out there and direct.
That dude's got a look at that look at this dude's mustache. That's an epic mustache right there. I wish I could have a mustache like that. This guy must be like one of Kelly's kids or relatives. He's like, I can help, but this dude has got like some Pancho Villa going on right there.
And so Deputy can't wear.
If you just mark it with some cones or something, and then we'll all wait at the gate to make sure that we all go to the correct designated spot. Okay. You do valet parking too?
Yes.
Mr. Larkin.
Two more real quick issues.
Sure.
One is counsel and I like to be there early. Counsel and I like to be there early to make sure the placards are in the place. You just want to make sure.
I got it. Mr. Larkin, are you going to be out there early?
I'm going to be heading out there right now to make sure the placards are where we put.
So Mr. Larkin can walk you around.
Sure.
I got it. No problem.
The second issue, me and Ms. Hunley thought there was a stipulation about the vegetation and the grass being different than it was on January 30th. Vegetation and grass, but clearly there, as we heard, there's no agreement. So we should not bring to the court's attention. As the jury is out there, they're going to see probably some trees with some fresh greenery on it, which is not the scene on January 30th. And they're obviously going to see grass that has been grazed, which is not the scene on January 30th. And so we tried to get a stipulation. Evidently that broke down. And so we should not bring the court's attention.
And Judge, we did propose the following language. The parties stipulate that the grass on January 30th, 2023 was longer than the grass is today due to grazing. Photographs of the crime scene depict the state of the grass on January 30th, 2023. That was disagreeable to the state. They wanted to add additional language regarding additional foliage, and there aren't new leaves on the trees. We were just talking about the grass. So I don't know why that stipulation was not sufficient.
Stipulations are between the parties. I'm not going to get involved in negotiating or trying to resolve that. If there's a stipulation, fine. If there's not, that's fine. If there's not a stipulation, and obviously Detective Ains is going to be recalled, you can recall another witness. If that's what you want to do to make a record for how you believe the vegetation and grass was at the time. I don't think the foliage is out. It might be out in Tucson, but here it comes out usually in late April, early May, just depending upon the climate. And it really hasn't been warm enough.
We were there yesterday. They were barely budding.
Yeah. But, I mean, when the mesquites come out, they just explode, and it's really beautiful, actually. But I don't think they're there yet.
So
But whatever it is, the state is welcome to make a record through additional testimony if you believe that the conditions have changed, as is the defense.
what I was trying to bring up is to wait, and I think whoever was going to lead them, if they would come in advance, and we were going to make sure they saw all the placards so they could guide them, and we don't have to put in any information where the next placard is.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, you're going to lead them. You're going to lead us out there? Is that the idea? All right. Why don't you want to go? Why don't you? You're all going out there a little early. You're going to go out there earlier. Well, then why don't you? We send Jose out there, the bailiff, with you. All right, and then so you can walk him through where the locations are.
Jose.
All right. Well, you can be out there too before the jury gets there. All right. Well, you can be out there as well, Mr. Larkin, before the jury gets out there and help show the bailiff.
Are they going to print out for the jurors the stations and the stipulations?
We don't have this. We're going to print out this key that you all agreed to.
And it should be 15, not 14, Judge? Do you have the list with 15?
No, I have something with 14.
Okay.
And the 15th spot, the jury has to be, I would assume they're going to want to be driven to. It's about a quarter of a mile, I think, down to the pump house, maybe a little less. But I would defer to the court on that.
It's got a steep part to it.
It does.
Well, all right. Why don't we leave that off for now, and we'll take a look at it. And after 14, if it looks like we're able to, was this hard to walk to or something? Or?
It's just a little bit far. It's the second pump house where we found Mr. Kelly. We think it's pretty
Yeah, I'm just trying
relevant.
to determine how far away it is, how hard it is to get there.
I think it's about a quarter of a mile, maybe a little less on the road.
It's not a walk that the jury is going to want to do.
What's that? It's not the one.
It's not a walk that the jury's going to want to do.
It's a hard path, but it's got a big steep area to walk.
It's supposed to be that way.
Okay, yeah.
Then we'll get you out there now. Is that
All
all right?
right.
Grab some food or something.
That's it, guys. We're all done there. So, did the defense request the jury view? No. Both sides requested the jury view. In this situation, I think it's very important that there's a jury view. The jury view is very critical. Because we don't know what happened on the scene. We don't know what the scene looks like. These jurors need to know what it looks like. What did George Kelly see? What did the land look like? What did the terrain look like? The state wants to show like George Kelly was seeing these guys, and he went pop, 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 pop. And George Kelly's saying, I couldn't see anybody, so I shot up in the air. So both sides want this, and this happens. That stash has appeared in a lot of movies, yeah. They didn't get back to the courthouse until 4:50 or 5:15. Jeez. So this is just to show how important it is, how critical it is. Like I said, guys, there are jury views at times. Like one of the offices I was in, when there was a high-speed chase, we would do a jury, like the state would ask for a jury view of the chase. Especially there's one that was like 15 miles long, and the guy drove all over the county into the next county and came back. We drove the whole thing. So it'll be very interesting. We did not get to the end of we did not get the Friday chat. We will try that next. But for right now, it's 4:00, and Hell is doing Hearsay for Days. I'm gonna send you guys over there. I'm gonna see if Hella is looking for any other guests, and then I have to go mow the yard and do some outside stuff. So we will get back to day Friday a little bit later. Probably a little later tonight. We'll get at least part of it done. So I'm gonna send you guys over there. Michael says it's never shoot up in the air. I agree. Yes, we are gonna watch Friday. We'll watch some of Friday tonight, and then watch some of Friday tomorrow. So, yes, I'm gonna go touch grass. And Sleazy, if you want to meet me in Discord real quick, I can help you figure out what your issue is. Other than that, guys, oh, how long was the freak out? The freak out was just the judge being kind of a little whiny for like a couple of minutes at the beginning and then right before the first break. But it was funny to watch, and he's getting fed up though. So, guys, enjoy your afternoon. I'll send you over to Hella, and then I will see you guys later. Take care, everybody.
Tips on hunting and even talking